We're almost here. Maybe. Maybe. Just waiting for little YouTubes on my end. If you're here, hello. I think almost. Almost. I don't know. There's a delay. There's a delay on my end. So I don't know. I think I'm here. It looks like I'm here. It's not. There we go. I think it's coming. There we are. Hi friends. Hello. Oh my goodness. Welcome back for part two. Woo, that was fun. Woo, that was a whirlwind. And oh my gosh, has an hour like never gone so fast, right? I tell you, it feels like, let's fix that. It feels like we were just standing here minutes ago. Minutes. They were some minutes ago, but had something quick to eat. Nick's so awesome. He's walking there. He's got chicken Caesar salad all ready to go. Just basically handed me my fork and said, here. So that was so nice of him. I am so lucky. Because if it had been left to me, you know what I would have done? We would have kept going, and I would have been like, oh shoot, I only have 5 minutes. I would have ran in and like shoved a piece of cheese in my mouth and run back. Which, you know, that's not all that bad. But anyhow, so I hope you guys had a nice little break there, and that you had some time to get something to eat or do some things that you needed to do or what have you. But now we're back to play. Let me just check the chat for a minute. Hi, Gracie Creeds, mostly Mandy. That was no time, I know, right? Nancy and Anita, and I know I didn't say it correctly before. I'm sure I didn't. Hajin maybe? Ramsey? Sarah. Waiting for Layle is like the old Mervin's commercial. Open. I remember that one. That was a good one, right? Hi, Elizabeth. Laura. 111 Renee's. April. Carol, she missed part 1, but she's excited for part 2. Lovely. Hi, Cheryl. Nice to see you. Kelly in Minnesota. Ms. L. Yo Mama Dog. Carolyn. More shopping during the break. Kristen. Yes, Caesar salad. It was yummy. Nick made it. Yes, April said, thanks, Nick, for taking care of our girl. Yes. Hi, Margie and Sue. Sue's back. Our Sap said, well, kind of, almost an hour. Nick is wonderful. So great he's there today. Yes, absolutely. On to part 2. Hi, Mela from Brazil. Hi, Jeanette. Tabitha, nice to see you, Tabitha. Yeah, close. Maybe I should call you HJ. What do people call you? What's your nickname? Do you have a nickname? Dawn said, hello, missed the first session, so we'll have to watch that on replay. Happy anniversary. Thank you. Hello, Marilee. Nice to see you. Virginia, again, back from Barcelona. Welcome. Teresa, she's almost done with work and can play. Lovely. Hi, Cassie. Tammy, Mimi, ate so fast. Gerda is ready for part 2. Mary Peck, hello. And Sherry. All right, friends. So, woo, that was fun. That first session flew by. If you are just joining, welcome. This morning, earlier today, how about that? Because it was morning and afternoon. We did 4 hours of listing, reminiscing, laughing, talking, sharing, little tears, but lots of good stuff. I did a few TED Talks. No, just sometimes I get on my soapbox talking about why what I think that we do, this documenting, is important, and how it can make a difference in your life or someone else's life. Yeah. We looked at some new products. We had a busy morning. And I am shocked. I will tell you, I am shocked. I usually way overschedule these things. I try to push too much in. And we got the list done. We got our first 3 lists done. So I'm like checking that off of my to-do list. Like that was awesome. So a couple things that I want to talk about as I was looking at some emails in between and thinking about some things. If you missed that first session, you can still find it. You can still watch it. You can go back and watch it anytime. Let me just look at my little notes up here. We did live giveaways during the morning session, but there are also the after party giveaways from the morning session, which means you didn't have to watch live. You just need to leave a comment on that video. And now that it's over, you can go leave a comment on that anytime. I think we should talk about what those prizes are, okay? Oh, here they are. The after party prizes from the morning session. A floral garden traveler's notebook. So, okay, just looking, because I'm like, wait a minute, I was doing more than that. I don't know that I fixed the back of my hair, so I'm trying not to show you that. Floral Garden. Floral Garden, one of my Layle by Mail Floral Garden Traveler's Notebooks. That is an after party prize from this morning's session. Another $50 e-gift card is another after party prize from this morning's session. Also another Listing with Layle Volume 2 idea book. Stamp Sleeves Variety Pack. A partial. I know this is going to sound really weird, so just roll with me. This may sound a little odd, but roll with me. Oh, there's the Sarah stamp. Somewhere in here. Oh, yes. So, as Lily and Denise have been going through lots of things and getting everything totally organized so it makes sense to them, they came across this. This is a 2023 Year in Review project kit. It is missing 3 papers. Other than that, the entire kit is there. The stamps, the die cuts, all the instructions, the washi, the Traveler's Notebook insert, everything that you need for that. Just missing 3 papers. So that is one of the after party giveaways as well, because that's an awesome kit. You can just put whatever papers that you want to slip cover your insert. All right, so that's another after party prize. And then another after party prize, and I actually have 2 more of these to give away. Some of you, if you've been with me for a while, know that some of my very favorite stamps in the whole wide world are made by my friend Carrie Bradford. So I have a ton of her stamps, use a ton of her stamps. She and I have, actually shouldn't say she and I, she's been awesome to work with me in the last couple of project kits that I've done, where she has let me purchase her stamps to include in some of my project kits for you guys. And one of those last year was the I Love Reading Traveler's Notebook Project Kit. It included her Book Nerd 4x6 stamp set. So somehow I ended up with 3 extra of these. So guess what that means? I'm giving them away. So this is another one of the after party prizes from this morning's session, that Carrie Bradford Book Nerd stamp set. Okay, now, lots of live prizes will happen as well this afternoon session. So the way the live prizes work is at some point I say, hey, I'm going to give away a prize, maybe like now, okay, like right now. Well, after I'm done explaining it, then now. The way the live prizes work is those of you that are watching live can participate. The way I do that is based on the chat. So the chat is happening. The chat's been happening since I started. And as soon as I stop talking, which is never, as soon as I stop explaining this, I'm going to stop and my finger is going to scroll up the chat, and wherever it stops, that's the person that wins the live prize. So that's how I do the live prizes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 5 live prizes to do for this afternoon session. And the very first one is the Perfect Petals Traveler's Notebook Kit, which is, oh well, if I didn't do the back of my hair, it is what it is. Which is this guy. This is another one of my 3 Layle by Mail Traveler's Notebooks. That is Perfect Petals. That is navy, like a dark navy. That's kind of my brand color. So that prize is going to go to, stop at Tracy Carell. Tracy Carell. Tracy, congratulations. So Tracy, I'm just making a note here. So I'm kind of organized. Tracy, congratulations. You have won the Perfect Petals Traveler's Notebook Kit. So Tracy, what I need you to do is to shoot me an email, laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, put Perfect Petals winner, and then put your mailing address in the body of the email, and we'll get your prize shipped out next couple of weeks. We've got a lot of work to do to get orders out from these last couple of days. So congratulations, Tracy, and more prizes, guys, more live prizes and after party prizes. Just make sure you go back. Make sure you go back to the first session, leave a comment. I am out of town next weekend, just looking at my calendar over here. I'm out of town next weekend, so we will not be listing on Saturday the 30th, but the first weekend in April we will be. Oh no. I need my calendar up there because, sorry, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm talking about. The next time we list together, I only have March on the wall. Next time we list together, I will draw all the after party prizes before we're together. So just know that you've got a couple weeks, but don't forget, because a lot of times people forget. Okay, so that was one thing I needed to talk about. Let's see. Ms. L said, I'd love to win any of those prizes. All right, and then now I lost. There's a ton of chat that I missed, because that's all right. Okay, yes, thumbs up. If you're back, and if you're still here, please give a thumbs up to the video. That's super important. That's super helpful. Thank you. Next thing. Oh yes, if you have missed out, if somehow in the last week you have not heard me say this, I'm going to say it again. There is a really good sale on my website right now, laylebymail.com, that only happens one time a year. It is always the anniversary weekend. So if you wanted to make a little note, always the anniversary weekend, right around March 21st, because that was the first day 4 years ago. 15% off all of my Layle by Mail branded products through tomorrow night, Sunday, March 24th, 2024. Okay, that only happens once a year. Other than that, they do not go on sale. A couple things are starting to sell out. The typewriter die set definitely sold out during the morning session. So know that I will be reordering those on Monday. I grossly underestimated the demand for those. So I will be reordering those on Monday. If you missed out on that typewriter die set, and what I'm talking about there is, that is the typewriter die set. Or die, I should say, not die set, because it's a single die. That is the typewriter die. It coordinates with the typewriter in the new stamp set. So that is the typewriter that is stamped on pattern paper and then die cut using that die. So this temporarily sold out. If you would like to get that at the sale price at 15% off, email me before end of day tomorrow, the 24th, and I will send you an invoice for that sale price. And then hopefully maybe a month, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how long it will take to have those produced again. So I will keep you updated. While we're talking dies, I had a couple emails. This has happened maybe with 5 or 6 people now. So I just wanted to reiterate this one more time so people understand. This has to do with these 2 new die sets, okay? These 2 new die sets, Clip It and Clip It Mini. These 2 die sets coordinate with 2 different things. They coordinate with the brand new Clip It and Clip It Mini stamps, okay? These are brand new under my brand, under Layle by Mail. These are the exact same stamps that I have offered in the past under Andy K. Art, okay? So, those are the same. The reason that's really important, now, I licensed the artwork from Andy because that's the right thing to do. These are the same size as these, which means that both of those fit that die. Okay, both of those fit that die. Oh, what that means is if you already have this, don't buy this. Don't buy this new one, because if you already have this one, it matches that die. That's the reason I did that. I came out with the same exact stamp, but under my brand, because some of you didn't get that. But those of you that bought this, and I've had these for a couple of years, I didn't want you to have to buy a new stamp set for the dies. So just want to make sure that's really clear. You don't have to buy that again if you're buying the die, okay? And that goes the same with the minis, all right? So, die set, original mini clips under Andy's brand, no longer available. Now, mini clips under Layle's brand, but all of those work. Both of these work with that die set. Okay, hopefully that's clear. I just didn't want you guys, I mean, I'm just like you. I didn't want to have to buy new stamps again because I wanted to sell you more stamps. That wouldn't make any sense. Well, I guess to some that would make sense. Financially, that would make sense, but that's not the right thing to do. So, if you already have the die, if you already have the stamps, you don't need the die. And if you didn't realize that, that's in the description of the stamp, but I know there's a lot of stuff there in the die. If you didn't realize that and you bought the die stamp set, just shoot me an email and we'll make it right. Okay, we'll fix it for you. All right. What else? I idea book. The brand new idea book. Very, very exciting. This is volume 2 for 2023. Brand new. All new lists. All lists from 2023. If you would like your book signed and you did not, let me know that when you place the order. Please send me an email and say, Layle, I ordered the new idea book. Please sign it. And then I will make sure your book gets signed before, when we ship it out. I get lots of emails in between the sessions, which is good, saying, oh my gosh, I forgot, or I didn't realize, will you please sign it? So just know that's an option. Also the original idea book too. Just a couple more things. Looking at my list over here. Shipping time. There's lots of orders, you guys, which is awesome. Lots of orders have come in. Denise and Lily are really awesome, and they will work so hard. I will be helping them. Just know, if you placed an order in the last probably 6 weeks, chances are your order shipped the same day or the next day, because they're that good. I mean, they're just on top of things, and things are running like a well-oiled machine, because I'm not a bottleneck anymore. That will not be the case for orders during this sale period. If you ordered the very first day within the very first hour, sure, it'll be the case. But if you've ordered today, it'll just take a bit longer. It may take until not next week, but the week after that before your order gets shipped. I just want to be totally clear that if you're used to getting your orders shipped out same day or next day, it's going to just take a little bit longer. So if you be patient with us, that would be awesome. I already told them on Thursday, I said, you guys come on Monday, you decide what you want for lunch. I'm bringing lunch in. We're going to, got to take care of them, right? Because they take care of me. Okay, let's see. Last thing. Apparently there's some whole long conversation that was happening in the chat that I totally missed, that Nick clued me in on while we were eating lunch. And he said it was something called Live in 25, Miss Terry. So if you missed that like I did, from what I gather, Terry is very much trying to very much encouraging me to do an event in 2025 called Live in 25, which that's kind of fun because it rhymes, right? It also would be the 5-year anniversary. So that is not something I've ever really honestly considered. I mean, I've thought about it, but not like really honestly tried to start putting all the dots together. It's on my list. So I'm not making any promises. I am not making any promises. It would be live somewhere. So it would be in person, and I don't know where, I don't know anything because it just came up. So I will start thinking about it. I don't know when, I don't know where. It would be live in person, so it would be an event that you would pay to attend. We would be listing, we'd be doing some other fun things too, but we would be listing, but there would be kits, so we'd be all listing with the same products and things like that. And that's as much thought as I've been able to give it. So just know I will, and I know some of you have been asking for that, like literally since day one. So I don't know, we'll see. We'll see if I can make it happen. I don't know, so no promises, but I totally missed that somehow. Totally missed the Live in 25. But that could be really fun. That could be really fun. So we'll see, right? We'll see. Live in 25. I know, that was so fun. Live in 25. Okay. Okay. Just looking at the chat for a minute. Scatter holding a big sign, right? Live in 25. Okay. I think I have all my little notes there. That was the last thing. I'm going to flip the camera off overhead lights, on studio lights, and then we're going to jump into a couple of different things before we start listing, okay? A couple other new listing, couple of other topics before we start listing. However I want to say that, I don't know. I don't know how I want to say that. I did post a picture in the Facebook group. As soon as we were done with the first session, I took a picture of Reggie, the cat, who's still sleeping in his bucket on my desk, and he is still here. As I was eating, I looked in here, and he's staring at me from the bucket like, hello, when are you coming back? When are you coming back? So here's the deal, guys. If it's something that I really start thinking, okay, how can I put this together? I will ask a ton of questions of people, because I see some people have said, hey, if you're going to do it, could it be a cruise? Could it be in the summer? Because teachers, right? Different times of year work better for different people. Sarah's saying she would love to head up a steering committee. Is that how I read that, Sarah? Oh, that's fun. Start saving your travel fund, right? Right? Anna, hi Anna, cocktail hour is starting at 4:15 Pacific time. We will do a toast. Oh, thank you, Colleen. Thank you. I don't know, I've done hundreds and hundreds of these, and I just get sidetracked, forgot to plug in, so thank you. Linda May, he probably just loves hearing your voice. I think so too. It actually is a box. Yeah, it's a plastic IKEA box. And he loves it. He just loves it. He loves it. Okay. All right. Couple more things that I wanted to talk about. Let me get some of these shiny things off. There were a few questions in that I received via email during, well, you may have sent them earlier, but I saw them during the break. The stamp storage sleeves. I showed you individual, well, this is just a pack of individual, right? So 6x8s, 5x7s, 4x6, 3x4s. And then the variety pack has 2 each of those. One of the questions that has come up is, how are they different than these guys? Now, these guys are not my brand, but I've had them, I don't know, on the website 6 or 9 months or something. There are 2 different sizes of these. There's a 5x7 and a 4x6. Actually, now I think I just added a 7, yeah, like almost a 7x10. So the difference between these and the stamp storage sleeves, which I thought was a great question, these are clear, right? Clear, you slide in and out of the top, all right? So this is a sleeve. You slide in and out of the top. These are envelopes, clear, sleeve, kind of a little bit cloudy or opaque envelope. So envelope, Velcro, you put things in the envelope. So to get things out, you have to, open and close, whereas sleeve. So different storage devices for different reasons. Someone, Beth, had emailed me maybe yesterday and said, hey, I want to store dies that I store on metal sheets, which would be better. And so I kind of sent her pictures of both and we had a little chat about which would be which. So there we go. Difference in those. All right. Last thing before we really jump in. This question seems to come up frequently. So since I was talking about not talking about, but you've seen me use the stamp chamois pretty much every time that I am using stamps. This is a very well used and loved stamp chamois. It's stained with ink because I'm cleaning ink off of stamps. This is what they look like when you get them. They are flat. Add water. It's like a car wash chamois. You need to add water in order for it to work. If you are trying to clean your stamps with the chamois when it is dry and flat, you're not going to have very much success. You're going to be like, I don't get it. It's like you need to, every time you use it, you want to wet it and then wring it out. Now, I use, while I'm working with it, this is a salt cellar, some of you told me about. This is linked, I get this from Amazon, but it's linked in the description box below. I store it as I'm actively using it in the salt cellar, and I close it. That way it still stays damp. It still stays damp so that when I'm ready to use it, that it's still damp. This is really important when you are done using it. So today, when I am done using it, I want to make sure that I open that up. I might even take it out and do that so it can dry. Just like your clothes, if you leave them in the dishwasher for if you leave them in the wash machine for 5 days and you go to the wash machine and you open the lid and it doesn't smell very nice, same thing here. It's wet. If you put it away and there's no air to it, it is going to smell like mildew when you take it out. So you don't have to use something like that. like I said, I keep it in there so it stays moist while I'm working with it, but you definitely want to make sure to air it out or you'll have to wash it with soap, and it's fine, but it just doesn't smell very nice. The 3 tools that I used when I was cleaning or conditioning my stamps, I used the stamp chamois, I used the white rubber eraser, and I used that microfiber cloth. I use a microfiber cloth because then it doesn't leave any little lint or hair or things like that, because you don't want those things on your stamps, because if you do, then it'll mess with your impression, your stamped impression. So stamp chamois, that's how all those things work. Okay, are we ready? Should we take a look at what we did this morning really quickly? Because some of you, I know, weren't there this morning. So let's take a look at that. Kimberly said, Layle, do you have an Amazon storefront in order to shop your recommendations? Kimberly, I do. If you go to, in the description box of the video, I have linked that. You'll see it kind of towards the bottom. It'll say Salt Cellar. Or if you go to my website at laylebymail.com and click on favorites, if you click on favorites, then you will see the link to my Amazon storefront. I appreciate you asking that. Okay. Lisa's back. She said she made it 2 for 2. Hi, J-Lo and Shay. Love that you guys came back to play with me. Yay! I would be here. It'd probably take me an hour before I realized the camera wasn't turned on or I was by myself. That's funny. Okay, thank you, Colleen, so much. Colleen said she checked the listing schedule on an email. After today, the next listing session is April 13th. All right, I'm out of town next weekend. Nick and I are going on a quick road trip in Harvey, the RV, and then the weekend after that, I will be in Spokane teaching at the 3 Craft Chicks somewhere over the Rainbow Retreat. And a couple of you emailed and asked about that, so that's awesome. I've connected you with Michelle, the owner of 3 Craft Chicks. Okay, so our 3 lists that we did this morning. The first one was things I'm looking forward to this spring. We used the Fresh Air collection from Simple Stories and the All the Things stamp set. Oh yes, and then we also used the spring mini icons with the definition and then the little mini icons. Our second list was What a Day. What a Day is a list that we do once a month where we're just kind of doing like a little time capsule. March 22nd, that's what I did. Okay, so it's just kind of fun to look at and see how your day changed month to month, year to year, whatever it may be. Our third list was happy places. So we talked about different happy places. For me, these are my happy places, some of my happy places when I'm traveling, places that I've found when I travel. We talked a lot about your happy place can be at home. Your happy place can be your bed. Your happy place can be your office. Maybe you have a super comfy chair that you like to watch TV in or read in. You guys piped up and shared all kinds of happy places. The library, driving in your car. I don't know if very many people said work. For me, sometimes my happy places work. But you know what? Sometimes my happy place isn't work. Because work is, well, not this, but work is my business, and sometimes it's just not all sunshine and rainbows, right? Like when you ordered a product from China and it's delayed or something like that. That's when it's not necessarily happy place, but for the most part, it is happy place. Let's see. Marilee said, Layle, would a wooden salt cellar be okay? They're less expensive, but I'm afraid they may get stinky or even moldy. You know what? Here's the thing. You could even have it in a Tupperware. If you had a Tupperware that you had right next to you, you wouldn't even need to seal it. Just have the lid on. The whole point of having it something like this is like today, this morning when I was working for 4 hours, if I had left it out like that, I would have had to re-wet it because it's just 4 hours. It's too much air. So I would think, Marilee, that if it was just like while you were working on it closed, and then that's the only time that you really stored it in there, and then you took it out and dried it, I think you would be fine. Might be Wanda. Someone, I think, posted in the Facebook group, maybe this morning, earlier today, she was using this little pink plastic thing that she stores her little thing in. Really, it's just, you want to put it somewhere where you can kind of limit the amount of air it's getting while you're working on it. Now, it's not a pain if you're working at your house to get up and re-wet it, but when I'm filming for 4 hours, I don't want to have to stop and then go, re-wet it. So not necessarily something that you need, just something I use. And sometimes you guys see it off to the side and go, what is that? Kathy, what type of ink can you use on a photograph? Ink for stamping or ink for writing? two different things. If it's ink for writing, there is a Zig photo signature pen that is made for writing on slick surfaces like a photograph, or if you are taking notes like in my idea book that has a slick surface, that type of pen is made for that. If it is stamping, I would recommend that you use an ink called Stazon, Stazon. If this is what you were referring to, I'm not sure, that is a rub-on. So that is a rub-on that I just rubbed onto the photo. Hopefully that answered your question. If it didn't, let me know. Oh, okay, Diane said she's found the stamp seller on Simon Says Stamps for cheaper. Perfect. Toddler snack trap cups with the silicone covers work well. Yeah, just something you want to, if you're working with it for a long time and you don't want to have to keep running it, something you want to keep the air out. Something you want to keep the air out. Plastic photo container, then it's flat and can leave the lid open to dry it out. I love it. I love that you guys are asking, or not asking all these great questions, which I love too, but you're also giving your tips, which is awesome. Q-tip box. Oh, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, Q-tip box. My friend stores it in a dollar store soap dish. Yeah, lots of different options. Okay, a mini trash bin. Wanda, there we go. She had a little pink mini trash can. It was cute that you put it in. You just want to keep air away from it, and it's not going to hurt it. It's just it dries it out really fast if it's out in the air, then you just have to keep wetting it. All right. So, oh yes, talk about happy places. And for me, my happy places, some of the places that I have found when we're traveling. We used the letter scramble alphabet stickers from Bella Boulevard. We used pattern paper and rub-ons from the Simple Stories Pack Your Bags collection. And then we used the brand new Mini Icons Travel stamp set. All of those products, all the products that you're seeing me use today, you'll find on my website at laylebymail.com. Okay, so we're going to veer a little bit away from our listing for the next few minutes, and we are going to talk about, Carrie said, do you ship to Canada? I keep getting a can't deliver to the EU message, but I live in Canada. Carrie, absolutely ship to Canada. Will you do me a favor? Shoot me an email, laylebymail@gmail.com. And when we are done this evening, I will take a look and I will either respond to you tonight or in the morning. Because yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I'm not sure what's going on there. I don't know. That makes no sense to me. We'll figure it out though. We'll figure it out. All right. So we are going to just segue for a few minutes away from our listing. We're still going to talk about traveler's notebooks, but I wanted to talk about, there's been a lot of interest in this. I've been sharing this a little bit on Instagram and Facebook, and I've had a lot of questions and a lot of interest about this. So I thought, well, let's just talk about this for a few minutes. I have been traveling my whole life, literally my whole life. My dad was in the Navy as I was growing up, so we moved quite a bit. We lived in Japan for 4 years. When we lived in Japan when I was young, we would go vacation in the Philippines. I have just been born and raised traveling. All of the jobs in my career, I worked for AT&T for 4 years, AT&T for 8 years, traveled, started a software company with 2 other guys, traveled. I've worked in and out of the scrapbook industry for years, traveled all over the world with that. I've traveled my whole life, and I love it. It's such a huge part of me. Luckily, Nick, my husband, also loves to travel, so we have made that a priority in our life as we're now kind of empty nesters. We save, we figure out where we can go, we figure out what we can do. Traveling is just a big part of my life. One of the problems, however, my traveling over the years as an adult, I love to collect things. I love to collect postcards and brochures and magazines. A lot of times, like the things that you see in the little wooden stand at the airport that has all those little brochures and things that many people walk right past. It's like a magnet. I'm like drawn to those, either in a hotel or an airport. There's some amazing things in there. And not because I want to go do those things, but there's some amazing things that I like to collect from there that I can then use to document my trips. So I've been doing that for years. I don't know, probably 20 years. The problem is, usually what happens is I end up coming home with, hang on, hold please, hold please. I know, I need my little sign. I need my little sign that says hold please. I end up coming home with all different size bags and brown bags and things like this from Coronado. I have things in here from Seattle. I have tickets to the Space Needle. These were back in, I don't know, that's when Jack was in college up there. Oh yeah, 2016. So I literally have bags and bags and bags and bags and bags of these kinds of things. Always with the best of intentions of doing something with it. And then it just never happens. I never, ever, ever start doing something with it, right? So I have bags. I taught in South Africa, I want to say maybe 10 years ago. I have bags of stuff that I collected in South Africa. And I'm tired of doing that. I love the collecting. I love the idea of doing something with it, but I've just never done things with it. And I think the reason that I've never done things with it, really, now this is different. The Europe trip that Nick and I did last year, I've definitely done things with it, and I'm still doing things with it. But that was a very special trip. I just got tired of never doing anything with it. And I think as I've thought to myself, why have I never done anything with all this stuff? Because in my mind, it has to be a huge project. In my mind, it has to be, oh my goodness, I collected all those things from Seattle. Now I have to go make a full scrapbook or full mini book about our trip to Seattle. I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't have time to do that. Or, you know what? It was a short trip. I really don't have a lot of photos. I really don't want to scrapbook it. What am I going to do with all this stuff? So, with all of that said, I started doing something in January. And it's been working really well for me so far. Started doing something in January. So what would happen, I'd come back with things like that. I'd come back with tourist magazines. I've clearly used that one. Like that. Different postcards, different postcards from trips. Well, you get the gist, right? Stickers from trips. Sometimes even little coasters from different places. But I end up with a lot of those things, right? So what I decided I was going to do at the beginning of this year, I thought I'm going to try something. I'm going to try to still document in my preferred way of documenting in a traveler's notebook, but I don't want to have to be tied to adding photos. I don't even want to have to be tied to writing if I don't want to. What if I don't want to write about all the things that we did? What if I just want to take all this stuff and glue it in? I just want to take the things and glue it in and kind of play and have fun. This style, this type of documenting, sometimes people refer to it as a glue book because you're just gluing things in, or some people refer to it as a junk journal. Whatever it is, it's taking all of this kind of stuff, cutting up the pieces, using your postcards, adding photos if you want to, but you don't have to, and putting them in something, in my traveler's notebook. So here we go. I just did a little intro about, travel, because that's what this is. First trip was a business trip. This was very specifically a business trip to LA. We went to a number of different stationery stores, and I just started putting postcards in, adding stickers from different stores where I had shopped, did a little bit of journaling, added washi, added rub-ons, added stickers, did a little tip in there, did a little bit of stamping. So that was that trip. Business card from one of the stores, did a little embossed piece of paper there, and from one of the stationery stores, added it in with washi. But basically, now that trip is documented, okay? All my things done. Second trip, Nick and I, one more day, right? This was part of a bag. I bought things from this store, M. Lovewell. This was one of their shopping bags. I cut it up, put it in there. Another stationery store, shopping bag, cut it up, put it in there. So just kind of glued the things in, right? Like a smash book. Kristen, exactly. It's like a smash book from back in the day, right? Second trip. This was in February. Nick, my husband, business every year in Hawaii. I have gone with him every year because really, we pay for my flight, we pay for my food, but hotel, it's, not a free trip to Hawaii, but it's less than if I went on my own, right? Same thing. I grabbed some laser cuts. These are laser cuts from the 49 and Market Sunrise collection. I think Sunrise. Different laser cuts, different rub-ons. This one, I cut up this travel magazine. It's free, right? It's just one of like the free advertisements. But what's so cool about little magazines like this, maybe you don't want to add photos. Maybe you went to Oahu. Well, you know what? Cut that off right there. There's a photo that you just add to your little glue book or smash book or whatever you want to call it. Maybe you went on this Hawaiian Ocean charter. You know what? Get your little scissors out, cut out that little Hawaiian Ocean charter. There are so many things in books like this. Look, there's a little map. These are all free. They're free because there's tons of advertisements in there. But you know what? I don't care. I'm going to cut the things up because I think it's fun. So that Explore North Shore was cut from that magazine. This little yellow border cut from that magazine. I used a little postcard, did a little tip in. That is a sticker. Another sticker, rub-ons. Look at that. I mean, there's no writing on there. Cut from the magazine. In every destination, aloha awaits. Good times, right? So just basically playing, no photos, little bit of writing. Okay. Another one from that trip. That piece right there, Winter Spring 2024 Experience Oahu, that was cut from the cover of that magazine. So beautiful photo, right? I didn't take it. I didn't have to worry about having a printer or having it be a certain size. Sticker from an ABC store in Hawaii. A little bit more rub-ons. All of these little pieces, not together. Simple Stroll, Relaxation, Explore Waikiki. Those were all cut from magazine or brochure. And then there's another one, because I just kept going. A little turtle, because we went on a sea excursion and went snorkeling with turtles. Another postcard. One thing that's kind of fun with the postcards is you can fill out the postcard and mail it back to yourself, and then you have it's even more of a little piece of memorabilia. And then that guy, cut again from the magazine. We were in Waikiki. We were staying probably right about, I think it's right in there, right there. Island facts cut from the magazine. So just a different way of documenting. No photos. They're photos, but they're not my photos. They're cut from free magazines and brochures. 2 weeks ago, remember I said, Nick and I make it a priority in our life. We make it a priority in our life to travel. We had friends that were spending an extended amount of time in Carmel. So we flew with our miles. They had a house. We didn't have to pay for hotel, right? So we went to Carmel. Again, same thing. Grabbed the tourist magazines, grabbed the brochure. Look at that. That's the brochure. Look how different it is when I cut it down. 17-mile drive. There it is. So that is a very famous cypress tree near Pebble Beach on 17-mile drive. Little tiny writing, almost no writing. Stickers, die cuts, laser cuts, stickers. This Visit Carmel by the Sea, again, cut from little tourist brochure. Little tip in again. Stickers. Daily average temperature for Carmel by the Sea. That's kind of the cool thing too, is a lot of your little tourist magazines, the free ones, with the advertisements have kind of things like that. So then it's kind of fun. And then there's one more. Different pieces. This was a cool place that we went for brunch one day. This Mad Dogs and Englishman bike shop. We went, we rode e-bikes. This was a little, again, cut from, I think maybe that brochure. Earlier this morning when I was talking about Bird Rock being one of my happy places, Bird Rock right there. Here's another way to add a postcard from the top, like that. This is interesting. I did not know this until I went to Carmel. Carmel by the Sea has a story about squirrels. There's squirrels in a lot of places. There's squirrels, not live ones. I'm sure there are too. Squirrels on their garbage cans. There's a story about a squirrel and Carmel. There were little traveler's notebooks that I bought that had a squirrel on them. It was so fun. So just kind of added that stuff to the back of the postcard. And then again, look at no photos on there. Almost everything cut from a magazine or business card. So in some cases I added, a couple little stickers or what have you. those are the first 3 trips that I have taken in 2024. All 3 trips have been documented. They are done. If this is the only way I ever document those trips, I'm happy because I've documented them. And it's a really fun, easy way. I really don't have to have any product, right? I wouldn't have to have any other product. I could literally just use these little brochures and points of interest and things like that, which are all free. Your new best friend is that little wooden stand at the airport that you normally walk straight by, or the little wooden stand that's at almost every hotel that you walk straight by. Okay, so that is one of the ways that I am documenting my travels. Kind of a new way for me, which I've been having a ton of fun with. In this little pouch, this is one of my new 13 by 13 pouches that I released yesterday. I throw a bunch of this stuff. So there are some things that, like these are rub-ons that I know if I'm going somewhere that's beachy, well, I probably want to have these in here. Not that I'd even take these with me. I could work on this stuff when I'm on a trip, but it's just kind of all together if I just want to work on it when I get home. So lots of things like that, maybe some generic sticker sheets like that. That's just kind of my little thing. Lots of rub-ons. I end up using lots of rub-ons in there. One last thing I want to show you before we move on. On any trip that I go on, if I decided that I wanted to work on that, if I wanted to work on this on the trip, I could take about 100 rolls of washi with me and not even have to worry about having a suitcase to put it in. I could fit 100 rolls of washi in my back pocket, and I do not have an oversized back pocket. It's just a standard back pocket. The way that I do that is a little pouch like this. So this has 100 rolls of washi in it. 100 rolls of washi. Well, maybe not necessarily rolls. It has 100 different types of washi in it. This is how. Those are playing cards. Wax coated playing cards. And on each of those playing cards, depending on the width of the washi, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 different washi patterns on that one playing card. So I probably have, I don't know, maybe 12, 18, 24 inches of washi that I wrap around that wax coated playing card. But look at that. When I go on a trip, if I need washi, if I want to work with washi, all I have to do is grab that and I'm off. So that, look at, there's the size of my hand. That's probably the size, my phone is, I bet that's probably the size of my iPhone, right? And my iPhone I could put in my back pocket. That I could put in my back pocket. Okay, all right. Now, there's loads of comments, so I want to scroll back up. I just want to see what you guys, this whole idea, I want to see kind of what you're thinking about that. Oh, Joy. Joy said, today has been so good for my soul. First time since we lost our sweet Maddie pup that I've spent some quality time scrapping. Your sweet voice and this group of scrappers helped me more than you know. I'm so sorry, Joy. It's so hard. It's so hard to use a pet. To lose a pet is so hard. I'm so sorry. But I'm glad that you found something that can kind of give you some joy. And I'm glad I'm part of that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Glue it in. Yeah. Glue book, right? Glue book. You could just use your glue stick, right? Old-fashioned glue stick, glue it in. Oh, take photos of the postcards. That's a good one, Colleen. She said an idea she heard from a scrapbooker was to take photos of the postcards. Scour the internet and find online brochures and things of places I've been, but not have great photos, right? Let's see. Kimberly said takes the pressure off, right? Absolutely, takes the pressure off. Virginia needs to do something with the bins of memorabilia she's collected, right? Yeah, see, I'm not the only one. Not the only one. Virginia said I make it look so pretty. But it's easy because you know what? I mean, postcard, sticker, adding, this one is definitely more product heavy, right? Because those things are product. But like when we get to here, postcard, all of that page, with the exception up here, cut from a magazine, just the free brochure. So that is pretty in and of itself. Same thing there, right? So I think you'd be surprised. I think you'd be surprised. Let's see. So many, Nancy said, so many ABC stores in Hawaii, right? I know. Lori loves the mailed postcard idea. Mimi, I didn't know. Where are you? I didn't, well, I probably knew if I looked up your address from your orders, but I didn't know that. All right, friends. Shop clearance racks and eat a lot of home cooked meals so we can travel well. Right, Kimberly, right? Because you know what? We all have different priorities. And so we figure out what our priorities and how we can and do the things that we want to do, right? Pam said she's going to Carmel next week to see our kids. Pam, I'm so jealous. Have an amazing time. I love Carmel. I'd never been. It had been on my bucket list from 2021. Checked it off the bucket list. All right, friends. So I think if I missed any questions that you had, just comment again in uppercase and I'll see it. Nancy said she got an old vintage atlas book. That'd be fun to rip up. Absolutely. I love that idea. Love, love, love it. Okay. All right. Oh, I know. Last thing I wanted to mention. So depending on the type of trip. Oh, RSAP said, what's an ABC store? In Hawaii, RSAP's an ABC store is like a 7-Eleven. But they're literally on every corner. They're different from a 7-Eleven, like it's a convenience store, but they also have lots of Hawaii tourist stuff. T-shirts and hats and postcards and stickers and all kinds of things like that. Is the This Is Me class recording available? Sharon, it is on the website as an access only. So you'll see it on the website and there's a price associated with just the access. The access gives you access to the class, the instructions, and then some other content. Like April, right? It's like the Buc-ee's of Hawaii, right? It's like the Buc-ee's of Hawaii. When Nick and I, depending on the length of the trip and what I think I might be collecting, when Nick and I did our big Europe trip last year, I took a pouch, wasn't this one because I didn't have these yet, but I took a pouch this size. And if you are traveling and if you were collecting all the things in memorabilia, the biggest tip I would give you would be to take something that you can put it all in as you go. Because you want to try to keep it all together. It makes it so much easier if you keep it all together and organized, so that when you come home, it's all together and organized and you put it off to the side until you're ready to work with it. So whatever kind of little pouch or bag or something to have everything together. Okay. So that was a little segue, but I always like when we do these, I always like to mix it up a little bit and work in, something that we don't normally talk about. And that is something that we don't normally talk about. And I had so many questions, just as I've been kind of posting about that a little bit on social media. People have found it very intriguing. All right. Well, and I just saw something. Jacqueline said, I have a friend in London who's collecting postcards for me. I didn't do that when I went and I want them, which is a great point. Maybe you were in San Antonio and you didn't pick up the brochures and things. And you're like, shoot, I really want that. I'd like to document that trip. If you have a friend going to San Antonio, ask them. Just say, hey, when you're at the airport, go up to one of those little stands, grab a whole bunch of brochures, a magazine or two, and just bring them back for me, okay? Sometimes I bring back more than one because I'm not quite sure how I want to use it or what I want to do with it. So depending on how much room you have. Okay. All right. Size I use for documenting my travels. Kimberly, I missed the first part of that question. If you want to ask it again. Okay, so we are ready to talk about, of course, I've talked longer than I intended. We are going to talk about starting and ending a traveler's notebook or an insert. So this was my most recent. I started it on December 23rd, 2023. It never even occurred to me that this would be a thing. But for lots of years, the last 4 years, as I've been doing traveler's notebook inserts, so many questions on, well, but how do you start? How do you start? And I'm like, well, just start. Well, but I don't want to do just a list on the first page. Because I like to have spreads. So what should I do? So we're going to take a look at a few things. What we may end up doing is taking a look at a few things. We may not, I'll have to see, we may not be able to actually make one. So starting with this, here we go. Just start, right? This was back in October of 2020. I just started a list. I didn't worry about starting or ending. I just jumped right in a list. This was things I remember about school lunches when I was a kid. The aluminum divided lunch trays. Lunches were 80 cents and you could buy an extra milk for 10 cents. The lunch ladies serving the food with plastic gloves and their hairnets. The best school lunch was always the square pizza. So I just jumped right in, right? I just jumped right in. There's my list. So you can just do that. But you might say, well, no, I don't really want to do that because I like to do 2-page lists. And then, so there are a number of stamp sets over the years that I have come out with that are intended to help you start, all right? So both of these use the stamp set beginning and end. That is specifically what this one was designed for. You have just the beginning, you have just start, you have to be continued, you have the end, and then you kind of have some little spots for dates. So both of those used the just the beginning stamp set. So if you want it, use a stamp set, just the beginning. This is the one that I just finished last week, so I need to do something there. Let me see. Here are 2 more examples. This one would be the end. These, I did samples for the idea book because there's an article in the idea book that talks about getting started. And this is part of that article, the new idea book. This one, to be continued. So it uses that same stamp set. I typed to be, I typed. I didn't type, I stamped to be continued. That's a little die cut there, and then just put it on pattern paper. So it's just a way to end that very last page in your insert if you didn't want to do a list there. Here's another way of doing that. I used that same stamp set and used the version that says the end. Pattern paper, the end, and a little block there with the date. Okay, so there's a couple of examples. Let's take a look at a couple more examples. This guy is a quote. So some people like to use their traveler's notebooks for quotes. Maybe you do the same thing as listing, but you're just doing quotes in there. Not just doing, but you're doing quotes instead of listing. So you could have a whole traveler's notebook full of quotes. In this case, it's one of my listing notebooks, but I did a little quote here. And I used the Write This stamp set. Jacqueline, no, the classes are not on sale. Just the Layle by mail, like the physical products, not the classes. So that uses the Write This stamp set. So the Write This stamp set was designed, see the little lines and the space there and the space there, your lines to write whatever you'd like, and then space for a stamp, space for a stamp. So you've got a little boy, a little girl, an envelope, kind of like a little traveler's notebook, some flowers, a pencil cup, typewriter, and various other things that you could do like that, all right? If you felt like you wanted to do an intro to your traveler's notebook, any of your traveler's notebooks. Another one, I'm just reaching across the room here, sorry. Something is happening, you may have seen this, something is happening with my inserts. This is very common to happen. At least for me, I fill these so full that they start poking out, right? They start poking out and they get so full that the poor little staples can't hold everything anymore. So you may have noticed a couple of these, well, one of these that I've showed you has a completely different cover. That's because when my inserts are all done, eventually I deconstruct them, take them apart, and then I put them back together. So I give them a new cover that's larger, wider, and then I stitch them back together. So there's a little video here on my YouTube channel that shows you how I do that. But that's what's happening there, and that is very common. That's very normal. It's just part of what happens because you can only put so much in. It's kind of like your pants at Thanksgiving. Your pants can only grow so much after you eat a lot of food at Thanksgiving. Something's got to give, right? All right, so here's another way. This guy, I used the perpetual calendar, okay? The perpetual calendar with beginning and end. So perpetual calendar is right there. That stamp set, you stamp the little calendar base, and then you have all these little shaded circles and shapes. And that is how you identify what day it was. So perpetual calendar stamped, it was Saturday, September 16th when I started this insert, okay? Let's see. Oh, there's another end. There's another end. And then there's one more stamp set. One more. And that is this guy. That is the Listing with Layle stamp set. So this is the way I started one of my inserts. I'm basically listing with myself. I'm listing with Layle and then just kind of decorated around that. So to answer the question about how to start and end an insert, there you go, right? You can just start making your list at the beginning. If just having a single page list does not sit well with you, then do something there. Write a quote, and you don't have to have any of the stamp sets, right? You could just write a quote there. You could put a photo there. You could do an index of lists if you wanted. And if that was the case, you'd wait to do that until the very end. You'd make your list of lists that were in your insert. But just some different ideas for you. So maybe what I will do, let's see, let me look at the time. All right, I think we have time to do one. So let's start our new insert. The one that we started using in the earlier session today. Here is my brand new insert. Diane said, I learned so much on here from you. Thank you, Diane. Thank you. That's so nice. RSAP said, if you didn't stitch them, will the elastic hold them in place in the traveler's notebook? So let's take a look at that. Here we have a traveler's notebook cover. Let's get that's not too chunky. Let's try that one. So what will happen? I open that up. If I take my traveler's notebook insert that's just full, usually what I will do is I will go to the center, and then I can come in here and put it in the center. So the elastics will for sure hold it. Your traveler's notebook is going to be pretty full, okay? It's pretty full. You may or may not be able to fit one more in there. It's just going to depend. One of the questions, I just walked across the room for a minute. One of the questions that I get asked a lot is how I store all of my inserts when I'm done with them. You can store them in traveler's notebooks, the covers themselves, but if you're doing a lot of listing, you're going to end up with a lot of covers. And I'm not trying to talk you out of having a lot of covers. I probably have 40 or 50 covers, and I don't mean my own that I've manufactured. I mean, I have a lot of different covers because to me, they're like a purse or a pair of shoes. I like to switch them out. They work for different things, different times of year, what have you. So if you're doing a lot of your notebooks, you may end up with a lot of covers. What I end up doing, I kind of built a storage place for them when I had my craft room redone. But they will fit really well in like the plastic shoebox things that you can buy at the dollar store, the little bins that have the lid, just take the lids off and they fit really well. They can just kind of store in there, kind of standing up. Well, this is different. This is, I think it's like a refrigerator. I think this is like a refrigerator tray or something. I'm trying to see it. You can see the best way. But do you see that? There's a whole bunch of traveler's notebooks that are just kind of stored right in there. And it's the width, so they stand up. They all stand up in there. There's a lot, you guys. I have so many, you wouldn't even believe it. Okay, so let me just get this put back away again. Storing traveler's notebooks that way, but also your inserts, because that's what we were talking about. Your inserts would store easily in something like that. All right, while we're talking about putting things in your inserts in your traveler's notebooks, this is, I love this. This makes me very, very happy. This is a traveler's notebook cover. The elastic is, poor thing, is so stretched out. I need to kind of cut it and then retie it. But this was a leather custom made cover that I had done. But what's inside, these are my original listing notebooks. When I started listing with the Reset Girl back in 2015, 9 years ago. So look at all of my lists from then. And actually it was like every day. It was like a list every day. And so I think I made it through about 2.5 months or something. But all of those, again, this totally tells my story. This totally tells my story, but that's what's in this big old chunky monkey, a big old chunk, little traveler's notebook cover. All right, so I love it that you guys ask questions. I'm always more than happy to, I'm always so happy to answer any questions that you have, except how much I weigh, that I'm not telling you. Nancy stored hers in her covers in her IKEA shelving with the half shelf. So the, not the Expedit. What's the new version of the Expedit? I can't remember, but yes, yeah. Like the, you know, the big things that, the big square things that IKEA has. Yeah. Lindsay said, does anyone else want to go visit Layle and just look through all her TNs? There's a lot of them. Calyx, thank you. Yes, there are a lot of them. A lot of them. All right. So, oh yes, you could put them to answer RSAP's question. Yes, they totally would. They'd be fine in there. They'd be totally fine. You just, depending on how many of these you do, need more of those. All right, so let me put that away and let's look at, I have not planned, you know what, it's been a while since I've used this. I think we should do that. So we'll do something here for the intro to my, insert. Maybe we should take a look at Kaleidoscope. I was going to use Kaleidoscope for something else. I will still use it for something else today if we get to the last list. On my little schedule, it says if time permits for that last list. I don't know if we'll get there. So what I'm looking at, I wonder if I wanted to do something like that and then stamp there, would I have enough room? I think I would, because then I could just write whatever it is on there maybe. What do we think? Or I could not do this and I could do one of these, like just the beginning. Maybe we'll do that. Then it'll go pretty quickly. Let's do that. All right, so this is paper from the 49 and Market Kaleidoscope collection. Is she still listening? Is she still, Nancy? I don't know. I think, you know, I know she's still out there. I know Corey is still out there. I think she does some faith-based things. I think she's still on YouTube, I think. All right, so I need to trim this down to 4 3/4. That is a 6 by 8 piece. So I could either try to center it, but if I try to center it, I'm gonna lose some of that beautiful art. So I think what I might try to do, let's just cut that edge off. 4 3/4. So we'll end up with a little tiny bit, okay? Just a little bit. So this is a right page, so I need to round the outside right corners. It is, yeah, this collection, oh my goodness, the colors, oh golly. If you haven't seen it, there's an unboxing here on my YouTube channel, but as you start to look at, wait, okay, there we go. Those are the, if you look at like the color, look at the vibrancy in those colors. I mean, it is stunning. It is so pretty. One of the things I think is really fun about a lot of the 49 and Market papers, you'll see things like this. So there's space in the middle right there. You could write a little something in the middle and then all the decorating is done for you, kind of like what we're going to do here, right? They always have a couple of different designs like that. Like that one, same thing, space in the center, space in the center. Excuse me, so it works really well for kind of what we do with our lists and things. All right. So we're going to do a little bit of outlining first. And then we will grab just the beginning. Now, this stamp set obviously could be used for other things, like to be continued in just the beginning. If you are a 12 by 12 scrapbooker and you have your 12 by 12 albums, and you could do something like that at the beginning and end of your album. This is one of the 4 by 6 stamp storage sleeves. I have a little white card in there. You could use the backer that comes with your stamps, and these will work with any of your stamps. You could use the backer, or use a little piece of white cardstock. These are super functional, something like this, because you have your plastic in the stamp sleeve. The cover of the stamp is also plastic. So sometimes when you're trying to pull that out, it's giving you a little bit of, it's being a little fussy because the plastic is sticking. So remove your little whatever it is from the back, move it to the front like that, and then pull everything out together. And then that just like loosens up that stickiness in the front. Lister's Got a List is in her Pinterest group. Does she still do that? I don't know. Outlining. Jen, aka Skuna. Yes, that's outlining. Hi Edith, nice to see you. All right, so we're going to take just the beginning. And this is going to be pretty simple, right? Not everything has to take a long time. I mean, it can. Usually I want things to take a long time because then I'm just crafting and playing and having fun. So the longer it takes, the longer I have to play, right? And that's just, sometimes in general. All right, so we need a stamp block that's a little bit larger because the other one that I have out is, nowhere near wide enough. So we're going to put this down and I'm going to pick this up like so, ready to roll. I've used the stamp before, so it's already been conditioned. It's already been primed. If you're not sure what I'm talking about, it's something that you really want to do when you get new stamps, is to prepare them for stamping because they don't come ready for stamping. And this is pretty much any photopolymer stamp. There's a little thin layer of stuff that you can't see on the stamp that we need to remove. So I won't go into that again because we went into it this morning. We went through that whole process with some new stamps. But you can go back to that video this morning and see it, or stay tuned because it's a video coming to a theater near you. Not really, but it's really coming to my YouTube channel. I have a video planned out for kind of sharing a whole bunch of tips and tricks for stamping, things that I cover all the time in our little live sessions, but one of them is how to primer condition your stamps. All right, I always test, always test first to make sure. Clearly there I don't have enough ink. Well, for me, I don't have enough ink, but everything looks good. It looks straight. I don't see any stray hairs or dust or fibers on the stamp that's affecting my stamped impression. So I think we're pretty good. One thing that you can do if you're not sure, like maybe I'm not sure if I want to use that, this little sheet here, well, if I move it around, like right there, I can kind of get a feel for what it might look like. So if you've got something a little larger like that, you can use that sheet to help you see if it's something you think you'll like. Oh, Jen said live check. Make sure you're watching live. Gotcha. Oh, I know. I got it. Okay, I understand. Tammy said, I mean your old lists, Layle. Yes. I do on my Pinterest page, whatever. I do have flip through videos. I think of a couple of those books of my, my lists way back when, whatever I said 8 years ago or whenever that was. Kathleen said Corey is still very active, is going to be doing more on YouTube under the Reset Girl again. Oh, that's exciting. I love that. I just enjoyed her so much. I had been listing with her the very beginning when she started that. And then back then when I was working at Simple Stories, I reached out to her. We ended up doing a collaboration with her on one of our scrapbook collections, which was really fun, which was really, really fun. All right. How many YouTubes have we done now? I know you mentioned it yesterday. Oh, Diane, I need to count. I'm not sure. I did not count that. So I am not sure. All right, there we go. Just the beginning. All right, we need to clean the stamp really quick because always a good habit, right? It's a good habit just to clean right away. It makes it so much easier to clean your stamps. If you clean while the ink's still on there and wet, then just things really wipe right off. Wipes right off, right? I'm not going to worry about drying that stamp because I'm not going to use it again right now. If I was going to use it again, let's say I was going to, let's pretend like I was going to stamp a different color. I would definitely want to dry it fully because some of your inks are water reactive, like Distress Oxide inks. That's not a Distress Oxide, but your Distress Oxide inks are water reactive. So if your stamps are not dry and still have a little bit of water or moisture on them, you may get a result that you're not necessarily looking for. All right. I hadn't come across TNs until Layle. Nancy, yes. No, you know what's funny? When that listing in that big blue chunky that I showed you, back from 2015, 9 years ago, I didn't even know that's what I was using, those inserts. I didn't even know that was a traveler's notebook when I started doing that. I had bought those one year at like Target or something. I think those are Moleskine. Traveler's notebook inserts. I want to say. So when I bought them, I've always just been a huge fan of, like, you know, stationery and things like that. I saw them once at Target and went, oh, that looks kind of fun. Probably like 12 years ago. And then the things were just in my stash. And when I started listing, I'm like, oh, I need something. Well, this would probably work. And then there we go. That was all she wrote. All right, I'm just looking through. I want to add just maybe a little bit more something to that because it's a little bit plain. I think either that or, oh yeah, okay. I'm very much into the 49 and Market laser cut elements lately. We took a look at, you may not have known that's what I had used, but in here, that's what these things are. They're laser cut elements. Like those are die cuts, but they're laser cuts. So they're so like fine and intricate. I've been using these a lot lately in this type of traveler's notebook because it doesn't look like a sticker. It kind of still looks like some of the stuff that I've been collecting. There's just some fun things to do with this. So I think what we'll do here, I'm going to find something to maybe kind of put in here a little bit to jazz it up a bit. The reason why I went to these guys is because they're laser cut. They do not have any little white border around them. So it'll almost look like it's kind of part of the paper, right? I mean, nothing wrong with that, but it'll almost make it look like it's kind of part of the paper, but it'll just give it a little bit more dimension. The laser cuts are very intricate. So you need to be gentle as you are pulling them out. And 49 and Market does the laser cuts with all of their collections, which I think is so fun. Let's see this little guy. See, look at that. Isn't that amazing? Laser cut. Laser cut. Would this guy be cute on here? I think so. I think that would be fine. Just like that. And then it just kind of fills up that space. We might need to do a little something up here. When it comes to the laser cuts, I definitely recommend like a little glue pen because if you're trying to use your tape runner for this, you will be poking your eyes out. There's no way I could use my tape runner to try to do this, right? So, I mean, the pieces are just so fine and intricate. A glue pen is your friend. It's one of those kind of basic tools that I think is really good, or basic supplies, really good to have around if you are using something that's really fine. And then for me, I just like to use tweezers with them because very easy to place. So much easier to place. All right, so what I'm going to do, part of those things obviously are bleeding off the page, and I did that on purpose. So I'm going to trim these away. I just saw a question. What collection? I love the yellow plumeria flowers. Colleen, those are from, that's 49 and Market Sunburst. These, right? Those Sunburst. I know, isn't that beautiful? They're so pretty. Those little pink ones too. Sunburst. That was it's kind of a beachy summery collection that they did last year. Okay. Whoopsie. All right, so bleeds off the page. That I think helps it to look almost like it's not something that I necessarily added, right? Because now it kind of all looks like it all goes together. I mean, it still goes together, same collection, but we have this little piece that I cut off that maybe No, that looks like I just stuck it there. Like I did, I just stuck that there. What if it comes up here a little bit? No, it covers up the beginning. Don't want that. Maybe this little guy is destined to not be there. Destined to not be there unless it comes, oh, there we go. Right, we'll just put it up here. And you won't be able to see it, but because they're, you know, they're flat, but it's still like a die cut, it just gives it a little bit more dimension instead of looking totally flat, right? Little bit more dimension, okay? Now let's see if maybe there's something else that happens in with these things. Oh, well, I know what can happen in because we always like to do something like this. Butterflies are always fun. And then I just start figuring out where do we want it. Maybe we need to grab a couple of other things so I decide if I'm going to do anything in there. Maybe something more could shoot out of this side. Maybe. Maybe. So this pack that I am working with, this pack is the, where did it go? Not the laser cut. These are the, oh yes. These are the wildflowers, laser cut wildflowers. There are also the regular laser cut elements. And then also the mini laser cut elements. So shorter, right? I'm just looking on there if there might be something I want to use. I should just use the pack I have open. That will just be easier, right? Sometimes more is not better. Sometimes we get too caught up in, oh, well, wait a minute. Would this be better? Would this be better if I used this? Do I want to use this instead? I don't know. It feels like it needs some more things, but I may end up abandoning it. I mean, not forever, but just for now. Yes, no, that does not work at all. Does not work. Does not work. So sometimes just playing, sometimes though you have to come back. Sometimes I'll be working and I'll try something and I don't like that and that's not right, I don't like it, and then I get frustrated. But we don't have to give up. Generally, it's just a matter of come back to it later, right? That didn't really solve my problem of wanting to maybe fill something in there and fill something in here. Now it just looks like I'm throwing stuff down. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to put this little guy right there and I'm going to let it sit. I will let it percolate in my brain and then I will come back to it. Not today. I won't come back to it today, but I will come back to it. And sometimes you walk away and you're like, no, you know what? That's good. I like it. And then it just stays. Maybe we'll just put it right there. That will help a little bit. All right, there we go. There we go. And then now this is going to go in. Oh, but I'm not quite done yet, right? Because I need to date it. I need to add a date. So in that same stamp set that I have used, you do have a couple of date things. Date, started, completed. You have that little date block. There is a new... it's a date 2 stamp set that could also potentially work there, although I think that's going to be too big. So, oh, I'm just going to put this little back in its container. Back in your container. Maybe what I'll just do, today is, do I want to do this right here? Well, I guess we're going to do it. March 23, 2024. All right, that's when it started. That's when it started. Get our little adhesive on there and we're off and running. So to wrap that up, you don't have to start. I mean, well, you have to start. You don't have to start your insert with a specific start. You can just start. Pick a single list and jump in. Pick a single list and just jump right in. All right, let's look at our schedule. Next up, oh yes, all right, what are we, okay, we're only like 8 minutes behind, that's good. That is good. Yes, HJ, my friend, you have a new nickname, HJ. HJ Ramsey, looks like you have the best stash of goodies. I do have a large stash of goodies because I have a website, right, that has all the goodies. April said, are your notebooks rounded corners or do you trim them all? My Layle by Mail Traveler's notebooks, rounded corners, because that's what I prefer. Kathy said, I always have to leave a few pages empty in the beginning. Okay, all right, that works. That works. All right. Oh, and Deborah just brought up a good point. If I didn't want to add a date here, I wouldn't have to, right? Because my first list is dated March 23rd. So this could just say just the beginning if I wanted. Great point. Okay, so let's move to our next list. Let me figure out what am I using. Now I've got to go back to my little notebook here. My little listing with Layle notebook. Oh yes, we're in the afternoon. Things I wish I still had. Oh, you know what's funny? I'm using Kaleidoscope for this. And you also know what's funny? No sketch. I sketched everything else out. That doesn't really look like a sketch, but I sketched everything else out that we were going to do, except that one. So let's go back. This is going to be things I wish I still, you know what I'm going to say we probably better do, friends? Last night, I think I must have been too tired to finish that and did not realize that I hadn't done that. So for the sake of time, I am going to have us take this list. This list we will do when we were together again in 2 weeks. Because generally what happens for me, especially later in the day, if I don't have a plan, then it could take us 2 hours to do that list, just because I'm kind of thinking on the fly, trying to figure out what we want to do. So we are going to take that list. That list, incidentally, is things I wish I still had. Oh, thank you, Colleen. Hydration break. Let's have a little water. Nick forgot he was going to bring me some more water. Shanners 2762. The tour of my craft room is not on the channel yet. Should be in the next month or so. Okay, it is on the list for sure. It is on the list. So things I wish I still had. Melissa Livingston, she was on this morning, and I met her in San Diego years ago at a retreat that I was teaching at. She was at a retreat, the Lizzie Lou Christmas Bash that I was teaching at in November last year, and we were sitting down eating lunch together, and she was telling me about her, I think her 16-year-old daughter, and said, hey, my daughter sometimes listens in the background when I'm listing. And she said, my daughter came to me and said, hey, based on what I hear, she sounds like a very wise young lady. Based on what I hear, and she shared some other things with me, I think there are some, like what I hear people saying in the chat based on what Layle's reading, that I think there might be some good list ideas. And so she gave me a whole list of list ideas that her daughter had shared with her. One of those was things I wish I still had. Okay, so a couple weeks from now when we're together again, that will be the first list that we work on. Things I wish I still had, which I think is a great topic. Also very insightful for a 16-year-old, because she was saying that based on some people had said they'd lost pets or they'd lost family members. The things could be people, they could be a noun, a person, a place, or a thing, right? So I thought it was very interesting. Kathy, last week I used the 49 and Market Wherever collection, which was the travel collection. Stapler looks like the tiny attacher from Tim Holtz, except the color of it. Rhonda, it is it's similar in that it is a smaller stapler. This one is from a French company called Papier Tigre, Paper Tiger. I saw them online and I brought them into the website for sale because I love little things like this. Also because of the colors. That is navy and blush, and those are like my brand colors, and I love it. What did I do? Oh, I know, I was using that stapler when we were using rub-ons. Okay, so little change in plans. We are going to work on first, let's do our comforting sights. Comforting sights is our next topic. What are comforting sights in your world? What are things that you see that are very comforting? There is an amazing magazine that is a quarterly publication. It is beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Let me just grab one over here. I have no affiliation with this magazine. It is called Bella Grace. It is so beautifully done, very thick and nice. This particular listing topic, comforting sights, I pulled from one of these magazines. Anyhow, really, it's just a really cool, beautiful photography. I subscribe to them now, but I actually first at a retreat saw somebody had a big stack of them, and I'm like, oh my gosh, what are those? And then they have them at places like Barnes and Noble. But this particular list topic came from one of those magazine, Comforting Sights. And I know sometimes you guys wonder where I come up with our list topics. You guys share them, like the list that we're going to fast forward for 2 weeks. The things I wish I still had. Comforting Sights came from a magazine. All over the place. Melissa, Allie is fresh. You're here. Allie is fresh out of the hospital here, so she will get some healing in, and I will have her tune in. She said, oh, thank you for your kind words. Oh, Melissa, hope she's doing okay. I hope she's doing okay. All right. It looks like a whale. Looks like a whale. It kind of does, doesn't it? It kind of. Oh my goodness! It's time for a prize. I've not been very good with our prizes, have I? So let's see. Next prize. Ooh, okay. The next prize on my list is a $50 gift card, e-gift card for the website. $50 shopping spree to buy whatever you would like. All right, so I'm just gonna get the collection that, I'm gonna throw you guys for a little bit of a loop here. I'm going to pull a collection that we already used that you might not think would even make sense. You'd be like, what the heck is she doing? This makes no sense. For this list, Comforting Sights, I am going to use the Pack Your Bags travel collection. And it's going to have nothing to do with travel. I'm using Pack Your Bags, and I'm going to show you how. Because I think sometimes in our head, we get stuck. We get stuck with the collection and we think pack your bags, that's travel. And then we only use that for our travel things. There's a lot of things in there to use besides travel. Okay, so stopping right at Elise Harker. Elise Harker gets a $50 shopping spree. Congratulations, Elise. Elise, shoot me an email. And ILYSE, Elise Harker. Shoot me an email and I'll send you a little code. Now, there was also an after party one of those. So we gave one of those live this morning. There's also an after party from yesterday, also an after party from today. What that means is you leave a comment on the video when they're done, and there are 2 more of those that will be given away. Okay. All right, now I got to scroll to the current chat. Now I have to scroll to the current chat. Elise and I have known each other. We go back to the days we met. I was teaching classes somewhere, maybe with Ginger. Look down to details, but way back to my scenic route paper days, which was like 2006, 7, and 8. That's a long time ago. Oh my gosh, that was almost 20 years ago. That's really? Holy cow, that's almost 20 years ago. Oh my goodness, that is crazy. Okay. Comforting Sights. So what I thought I would do for Comforting Sights, I pulled heart paper or navy hearts. I'm just looking at my notes because this is funny. I made a sketch. But all there is the title on it. That's funny. But I know what I was thinking. I remember what I was thinking. So 2 heart papers, right? That has nothing to do with travel. If I want to go dark. And there's another heart paper in here. Oh, this one. I thought this one was so cute. That one. Isn't it cute? The little hearts with the little kind of arrows going different places. So, totally different. One really dark, one light. So we'll see where we end with that. Going back again to the rub-ons. So you see kind of those same hearts done in rub-ons where they have the little heart and then the little arrows. So those things have nothing to do with travel, right? Those are just cute little arrows. So I thought I might use those as well. The other thing, this guy, the best view. Because if I'm saying comforting sights, the best view or look work really well for either of those. If I really wanted to get literal with it, I could use sunglasses. But the best view, so those things have nothing to do with travel, or they have everything to do with travel, depending on how we look at them, right? So that was my plan. That was my plan. Oh yeah, there it is. It says in my notes, just not by the sketch. Rub-ons, the best view and look. Good thing I turned that over. I would have forgotten that. Okay, so it's just a single page list because our next two lists are single page lists. Let me look at my time here. Hold on. 3:30, 4:15, 5:15, 4:35, 5. I don't know. It just seems like we have a ton of time left. There's like 2.5 hours. Okay. That'll probably need 2.5 hours for the next two lists and all of our chit-chatting, right? All of our, when I say our, I mean mine. All right, so I'm doing two lists here. These are two separate lists. They do have nothing to do with each other, and I'm also not using the same collection for these two different lists. So I am totally fine with that. That doesn't bother me. I know some of you that bothers the heck out of, right? You like things to match. So let me just show you one little thing here. If you are doing two different lists side by side, and you want them to have two different list topics, but you want them to still look like they go together, you you can use the same product. Two different lists, they work side by side by using the same product. But for me, it doesn't matter. I don't care. So they don't have to sit next to each other. So I think if we did that, now I need to get my white cardstock out because, you know, that's kind of my thing. All of my lists end up on white cardstock because it seems weird to me if I don't use it. It just looks weird. I've tried in the past. It looks weird. Now, I probably need to steer away from this. Oh my gosh, Reggie's getting into another bucket. Hold please. He's getting into the bucket of all the Traveler's Notebook inserts okay, well, he's in there. Oh my goodness. He's in a new bucket, a new IKEA bin that has all of those Traveler's Notebooks I was just showing you about the beginning and ending pages. He is now in there, trying to fit in there with those. And he is not a petite kitty. He's not fat, he's big boned. No, he is not fat. He's just a large cat. Oh my goodness. Wow. Oh my goodness. Well, sorry for the distraction, but yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay. Sorry. Anyhow, yeah, no chewing in there. Oh goodness. This little grand kitty of mine. Yeah. I'm not going to use this. The reason I'm not going to use this paper, I'll end up using the navy. The reason I'm not going to use this paper, because I am using white. When I put that on there, I mean, it's not bad. What I would need to do, would be to ink the edges, right? I'd need to ink the edges, okay? And when I say ink the edges, this is what I mean. On our last list, the My Happy Places, I inked the edges with mustard seed. I inked the edges with yellow. So it really kind of popped. In this case, I would really need to ink the edges because it just kind of disappears on there, right? There's not enough contrast. So I could double matte the white with the navy hearts. You certainly could, right? You certainly could like do something like that, right? And then my list would be kind of teeny narrow. You certainly could, but I think I'm just going to go with that. All right, so trim that. Let's get that little puppy trimmed down. 4 3/4 is the measurement. That's what I go with. 4 3/4. These guys, don't throw this extra piece away. We could don't throw this extra piece away because let's say that I was doing a 2-page list. I could do this here. And I could either do that there to kind of bridge the gap, or I could put this over here and then kind of do my listing in here, right? So that piece that you're always cut off, which is usually the piece that I'm always coming up, he is like, keeps moving around in there. You know what? It's like the princess and the pea or whatever that is. When the princess sleeps on like 18 mattresses and can feel a pea at the very beginning. He's not feeling the pea. He's feeling like 8 traveler's notebooks that he's laying on, dork. All right. Don't throw that away. You could even use the contrasting side. All right. So this is interesting. This, you know what? There's no lot. It's just the inserts in there. Okay, friends, hang on. He just keeps standing up and moving around. I need to, let me get these out for him. Reg, dude, you're silly. Here, let me get him out. Let me get him out. There you go. Now get back in. All right, get back in. There you go. There you go. Yeah, and he literally got in there on his own. He just walked right in there, and now he's going to be happy. You stay there. Oh, it's like having a small child in here. Almost like having a small child. Okay, so where was I? This piece is sitting over to the side. I have a couple of these pieces that are left over when I've been cutting the paper, right? So look at this. This yellow from Fresh Air, entirely different collection, could work in here, right? And so it could, I don't know, let's see. Let's just kind of leave it here because I think it might work. This is a left-facing list, so I need to round the outer left corners, like so. Let's get our little here. So a couple different ways I could, well, let me get this down first and then we'll go from there. And let's get this out of the way. Reg. All right, so I think I would like it to be 4 by 7, 3 3/4 by 7. Let's eyeball it, and then we'll go from there. It's usually always 7. It's the width that I'm not sure what I want to do here. Yeah, actually, it's about 3 1/2. 3 1/2 by, let's see what that is. It's pretty close. Oh my gosh, now he's chewing. 6 3/4. He is chewing. He is chewing. Reggie. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. I tell you, it's been fun to have Kitty in the house again, though. All right, so there we go. We can still see lots of those hearts. Lots of those hearts. No, with this yellow piece. Okay, I can't put it there because it's way too wide there. But if I did it over here and then put this here, that could work, right? I think I like it better over there than I do here, maybe because of the rounded corners. Or it could go, oh no, actually, I like it there. I think that might work. Let's just do it. Why not? Why not? Reggie! Oh my gosh, hold on, friends. Hang on. He's gonna totally knock down the lights. Nick? Will you please go get the cat? Because Nick's gonna have to get him out and shut the door and all that, sorry. Okay, so I'm just taking that little piece. Thank you. He is chewing on that.
You're gonna get shocked.
He's gonna get shocked or something. He's gonna get
like that
shocked or booted.
If you
So
bite into that.
yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, much easier to, oh, he's taking my water. Thank you. All right. Let's see, Deborah said, list idea, how pets are like small children, compare similarities and differences. My 2 puppies are little stinkers. Okay, I like it. Let's do this. I am going to the list ideas. How pets are like kids. And that's Deborah Hudson. I always like to, when I do that, I always like to, if I remember, like give credit to the person that suggested the list. Because I think it's always fun to have different you know, different ideas. Okay, so there we go. Now what I was thinking, I'll do my title up here, but what I was thinking would be fun with that little rub-on, oh, rub-on's over here, the one that said the best view. The best view. Okay, now it's much larger. Look. Oh, all right. Maybe instead of the best view, maybe I do look, because these are comforting sights. That was my thought. All right, so what I'm going to do, rub-ons. Thank you, honey. Nick to the rescue, yes. When I open a new package of rub-ons, I always like to staple the two sheets together, the protector sheet and the front sheet, because that way the protector sheet is always there. We are going to take this look and cut it away from the sheet. Now, you know what I wonder, before I do that, because I'm going to do something a little bit different with this rub-on. Let me look and see if there is a look in any of the die cuts. Is there a look? Okay, no look. I am safe. Actually, let me look and check. Oopsie. Let me look and see in the stickers, because what I'm going to end up doing that is going to be offset, and because it's going to be offset, whoopsie, part of it is going to be on the yellow, and I don't want to do, I don't want part of that rub-on to go on the yellow. I don't think I will like the way that looks. Oh, actually, let's look back here. Is there a look? Look, there is. Okay, so let's see. Let's see if we like this look. If we like this look or that look. This look is right. Nope. I will find it. Okay. Oh, all right. So there is a look, but I actually like, I think this color better. I like this color better. So I'm going to go back and use this one. The reason I was looking for a sticker instead, I do not want to put this on there because to me, I know I'm not, I just know myself. I know I'm not going to like that being partially on the yellow. I just don't think I will like the way that that looks. So no, you know what? We're just going to do it. My other option would be to put the rub-on a piece of white cardstock and then fussy cut it out. But then that's going to be a pain there and there. So we're just going to make it work, which means I need to go ahead and adhere this now. Ooh, I can tell that's getting close to being done. All right. There we go. With my rub-on, as I put that down, I want to make sure to hold it. I don't want to at any time not be holding it while I am rubbing it on, because if I do that, chances are that my rub-on will move slightly. If my rub-on moves slightly, it'll make a little crack in the rub-on. So we'll be able to see a little bit of white or a little bit of yellow, and I don't want that. So you'll notice as I'm rotating that around, I'm just moving where my fingers are. I want to rub across that entire rub on. Still holding, still holding, still holding. And I still want to hold on. I think I'm done, but I'm still holding. Going to grab my little tweezers. You don't have to use tweezers. You could use your...
I don't understand.
Oh my gosh.
Please use the Sonos app.
That just scared me. That my Sonos thought I was talking to it, and it talked back to me, and it's a man's voice. That was weird. Sorry. You can use your fingers to pull them up. I just like to use the tweezers. I think it's a little bit easier. I'm not letting go. I'm still holding on. I want to make sure that all of that transferred over. Look it didn't. I can see it's little missing stuff there. I can lay that back down and just go over it again because I have not moved that rub-on. I've been holding on to it. So as long as I've been holding on to it, the last thing I would want to do would be to pull the whole thing off and then go, oh shoot, not all of it rubbed on. And then try to place it again. So as long as I'm holding on, I just go back to any place that it was missing. Okay, there we go. Now someone this morning, maybe she meant this, I don't know. Someone this morning said that she, ooh, what's that? There's a little bit of rub on there that didn't go there. I'm not gonna use that piece. That she likes to use, this guy, the little backer, the protective backer that it came on, and then just kind of go over it again, burnish it on top, and then that will just kind of make sure that it's all nice and good. All right, so there we go. That works. Look, comforting sights, look. Okay, so now for my title, comforting sights, what I thought I would do. I thought we would use the new Olive Alpha stamp set. So, Olive Alpha stamp set is a new 6x8, 5x7. My mind is not working, I don't remember. It's a new 5x7 stamp set. A new 5x7 stamp set, 80-piece alphabet. Reggie is Sam's cat that lives with us. There is a Reggie Alpha. Olive is one of Jack and Jack's girlfriend's cats. Her name is Cat. Jack's girlfriend's name is Cat, and they have cats. But the stamp set is Olive, the name of one of their cats. So 80-piece stamp set. What makes this one a little bit different? You have two different sizes of the same font. This font is the same font that we used in the What a Day stamp set and list that we did earlier today. That just really fun, basic, simple font. Same font used here and here. So the nice thing and why I decided to do small and large together is that you could use both in a title if you wanted to group them together. So what I thought I would do comforting sights. So comforting would be small and sights would be large. So we'll give it a shot, all right? Other nice thing about Olive Alpha has double A's, E's, and I's in both the uppercase and lowercase. Those are the most commonly used vowels. So if you have a word that has two of those, then you're good. All right, so let's, I have not used these, so I do need to condition these. Let me pull that out the back, pop that into the front, and then pull it all out together, and then it doesn't stick. All right. So, conditioning my stamps. Trust me, this is just something you want to do because there's a thin layer. That's how photopolymer stamps are manufactured. There's a little thin coating invisible that you can't see. It's kind of like Pam, like spray Pam when you are baking when you're baking muffins or cupcakes or something. If you're not using like a little muffin cup, whatever those things are called, you want to spray or put butter in the little cups in the muffin tin. So the stuff doesn't stick. It's kind of like what's going on here with photopolymer stamps. There's stuff that's put in the mold so the liquid material doesn't stick. So we need to get that off. So I just use a little rubber eraser. This is the way I like to do it. There are other ways to do it. This is just the way I like to. I erase. When I get a brand new stamp set, I do the whole sheet. Much easier to do the whole sheet at a time than to do 80 stamps individually when I am ready to use them, right? So much easier. Cleaning them off with the chamois now because I want to make sure I don't have one of those little eraser tailings on there. And then I want to be sure to dry. That drying part is super important, especially the more surface area you have on a stamp. What I mean by that is, let's say this. That's a lot of surface area on those letters. Those letters are much larger than the letters that we're using. If I have not dried and that stamp is still a little bit damp, or there's any water on there at all, it can interact with my inks depending on what kind of inks I have. So Distress Oxide inks or a pigment-based ink, they will react with water. So sometimes if you haven't fully dried before you add your stamp ink and then stamp, it doesn't quite look the way you wanted it to. Is the small alpha the same size as those of the months in the other stamp? Well, that is a good question. Let's see. I do not know the answer to that. I think, you know what? I think when I picked the font and I had the designer design them, I said I want them to be the same size. Yes, same size. Yep. Small is that same size as the months of the year in the What a Day stamp set. Okay, so now I am doing Comforting Sights, right? Comforting Sights. All right. So I need to do a couple things here. This may seem very odd what I'm doing. Let me make sure. S-I-G-H-T-S. Okay, I think sights is going to fit, I hope, right? I think it'll be okay. Comforting. You know what? I don't know. I don't know if comforting is going to work, friends. I may have made this too narrow. Okay, I think I'm going to be okay. We're going to see. If I'm not, then guess what? Oh, well, then I will have to start over. I won't do that today, but then I will have to start over. All right, so what I want to do, I am not going to line up these letters on one stamping block. I'm not going to spell comforting, and this may seem very odd to you. It may seem very odd to you that I don't just line them all up in one word. The reason that I personally don't do that is I like to control. How the width between each of the letters in a word. And because each of these letters has some extra material around the actual stamped image, kind of the little buffer, I can't get the stamps as close together as I would like. All right, I can't get it. I can kind of overlap them. Actually, I can totally do that. It'll totally work. All right, so that's what I'm going to do. Now, one thing I can do to help that process is I can draw a little line with a pencil that I can come back and erase later, because I'd like them to be straight, right? That's the problem. I would like them to be straight. So let's try that. And what color do I want to use? Kind of like the pink, but I know what pink would work. I'm just afraid we won't be able to see it very well. I don't want to use a red. For me, a red is like an F on a paper. Like, you know what I mean? I'm used to using a red pen for like correcting, editing, and things like that. So it always seems very harsh to me. Red, in my head, does not work so well with the word comforting. How about that? Yes. RSAP said smart and with tight spacing, so important. Kind of like, you know what it's kind of like? No, I'm at the red. Kind of like the kerning. There's a term called kerning that plays with how close, if you're working like in a computer program like Photoshop, how close you can get the spacing of the letters together, or how far apart. All right, so I was thinking, but I don't think. I think the pink. Wow. I think the pink, that was hard. Spun sugar. All right, so here's the problem. It would work, however, I'm just going to show you this. We're going to do it. I won't do it here, but I'll show you. This is where kind of thinking about what you're doing and maybe taking a little time up front is time well spent. Because it might look like that would work. My concern is the stamp is so small, it's so like fine and narrow, that when I stamp with it, where'd my little notebook go? When I stamp with it, I would not really be able to see it. I don't know. I really don't know where that went. So we're gonna go back to the original. This is But they're well used. I for sure. All right. Well, let's try here. Spun sugar. Okay, let's just see with the C. Let's see with the C. I'm afraid it'd be too light. Oh yeah. Look at. You would hardly see that. See? Way too light. So I'm glad I tested that. I had a feeling ahead of time. I'm glad I tested that before I started stamping. Maybe the green. I don't really want to do navy because it's all navy. I could try the green. Let's see if there's a green that might work. Let's see if there, oh, look at Kathy said, how about green? Yep, perfect. Karen said red is very comforting for me. Pink, sage green, and grays bring calm to my world. I totally get that. I totally get that. Yeah, for some people, different colors for different people, right? When I was in high school, so I'm going to look for green. When I was in high school, I went on a foreign exchange program. So I was a foreign exchange student for 4 months in Germany. Maybe mowed lawn? In Germany. And I remember, I don't remember what, for some reason we were touring like a hospital or something. It was a very modern hospital. Oh yeah, we don't want to do peeled paint. I think mowed lawn. A very modern hospital. The architecture of it, it was all very extremely modern. And as we were walking through the hospital, the halls were all painted a different color. The halls were all painted a different color. A green like this, a blue. There was, I want to say, I think there was a red. And the person that was giving us the tour was saying how they put different colored hallways on different halls because colors have different like soothing properties, and that you wouldn't want to have, I don't remember what the color was, you wouldn't want to have this color in this hallway on this floor that did this type of specialty because it would be not comforting, it might be alarming or something like that. Pam said, I was an exchange student in Cologne, Germany when I was in high school. Fabulous experience. Pam, really? Who did you go with? I'm curious. Did you go with AFS? I'm curious if you went with AFS. Yeah, I'm very curious now. Happy hour is 4:15. Oh my goodness, happy hour, right? Are we close? Happy hour is in 15 minutes. Youth for Understanding, summer of 1979. Okay. I went summer of 85. How weird would it have been if we were there at the same time? All right, so there's my C. Comforting sights. Well, I'm just going to start going. Right? I'm using my little stylus, so that fits very well on the end. Actually, I need to change something really quick because I can't see exactly where the direction of the C, so I know where to stamp it because I put it on the wrong end. If I put it on the other end, where the squirrel is, if I look at the squirrel when I stamp, oh, that's backwards. If I look at the squirrel when I stamp, if the squirrel face is like right there, then I know my C is in the right direction. That's why that little squirrel is there. They can't etch into a cylindrical shape. So that's how we do that. We put a little sticker on there for you. I'm gonna just make sure that I've got that in the right spot. Andrea, AFS in 1988. You did? You did in 1988. Look at Sue, went to Italy with AFS, the summer program. See, oh my goodness. That is so fun, I love it. Look at AFS, yep. American Foreign, I don't remember what it stands for, but AFS. Look at how interesting. Sue went in 1976. Andrea said it was a great experience. It changed her life. Fascinating, I love it. All these AFSers, that is so fun. I had a friend in high school who did a year program, and she was in Mombasa, I think. Mombasa, I want to say, in Africa. She basically lived in a hut. And you know what she turned out to do for her profession in life? She went to Dartmouth, majored in women's studies. She and her family, her husband and kids, now live in Vietnam. And I don't know, I think she works for the government, maybe. Programs to teach for adult women sex education in that country, like safe, non-trafficking, things like that in that country. So that completely changed. Well, who knows if it changed, but I don't know what her course of life would have been. But I have to believe, my friend Jocelyn, I have to believe that that absolutely charted her path. It absolutely would have charted her path, right? Living in a hut, speaking, I don't want to say Mombasa. I don't think that's it. Anyhow, speaking, she was fluent in the language there, because you kind of have to be. All right, comforting. I don't know, I'm just going in. C. This will be interesting. This will be interesting to see where we end up on the end there. It will be interesting. All right, there's my little C. Let's put the C back. This is an example of when stamping. You can definitely get the color you want. You don't have to run out of letters. However, it does take some more time, right? Especially if you do what I do, where you are stamping each letter individually. C-O. Gotta clean them off every time and put them away every time. These are fairly small stamps. Carol said, I'm Swahili. Yes, thank you, Tracy. She spoke fluent Swahili. Carol said, I'm so out of the loop. What is AFS? I don't know if it still is, but it was a foreign exchange program for high school students. It was called AFS. I don't remember what AFS stands for, but that's what it was. That was the organization that I went with. And then a couple people also did. But yeah, foreign exchange program in high school. My experience was interesting. I lived in a very small town, maybe an hour outside of Köln, in Germany, called Rot-on-Hoven. Lived with a mother and a father and 2 young children, maybe 4 and 6. The only one in the family that spoke English was the mother. American foreign schools? I don't know, Tammy. I don't remember. The only one who spoke English was the mother. Very small town, so I really didn't know anyone. There was a girl that I had met so you first would leave your hometown, and then they flew us all to New York. And we were at NYU, I think, maybe for like a week's orientation. And then they would kind of group you based on the country that you were going to. And so they grouped all the kids going to Germany together, and I met a young girl, my age, junior in high school, who was from Peoria, Illinois, comforting. She happened to be, I was going to say stationed. She happened to be living at a host family about 3 miles away from where I was. She lived on a pig farm. I had been there for 3 weeks. It was a 4-month program. I'd been there for 3 weeks, comforting. And the mother pulled me aside. I am a junior in high school. Living in Park City, Utah, there were 69 people in my graduating class. So very small class, even though I'd, traveled a lot when I was a kid with my parents. I've never really been away from home before like that. So here I am, there for 3 weeks. No one else in the family speaks English. The mother pulled me off to the side and said, you know what? I think we should have thought about this a little bit more before we did it. Now, you are living, this is a host family. You are living with the family. And she told me that after about 3 weeks. And I'm like, I don't even, I'm 16 years old, 17 years old. I don't even know, what do you say? I don't even know how to react. Yeah, oh no, yeah, you're not with other students. Well, Here, I was not with another student or a student. Anyone can be a host family, at least back then. Anyone could be a host family. So I'm sure called my mother crying, what do I do? And can you imagine you're the mom, like my mom at home going, what? Comforting. It was not very comforting. You're the mom of the child that this is happening to. And I'm a good kid. My bed was always made. I always helped out. I was not a bad kid. So what I did, I still stayed. I rode my little bicycle, my Fahrrad, bicycle in German. I rode this little beat up bicycle that they had, comforting. I rode it 3 miles a day to the family that my friend Patty, my friend that I had met in New York, that she was staying with on the pig farm. And it was chaotic and it smelled like pigs. If you've never been near a pig farm, it smells like pigs. Lots of kids in the family, kids her age, super nice mom, didn't speak English. Dad was a little odd, but that's okay. Anyhow, every day I rode to her house and I spent the entire day with them. And then I would ride back before it was dark. Hang on, comforting. Sometimes it's dangerous. Ooh, I pressed too hard on that. Sometimes it's dangerous when I'm trying to talk and work at the same time. Towards the end of the trip, last day or two, the host mom of my friend said, oh yeah, there were no emails or texts or no cell phones or anything back then. And back then, even calling long distance in the US from state to state or even city to city was expensive. I can't even imagine what the long distance cost when I called home. So when it came time to, you're getting ready to depart the country or whatever. My friends, ooh, that didn't work so well. All right, so see what happened? My T and the I blended together, and now it looks like a little like pi sign. That's okay. I know how we can fix it. We're going to add a little dot to the top of that. I'm too involved in my storytelling. I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing. So the host mother of my friend Patty, who could not speak English very well at all, pulled me aside and said, I talked to so-and-so, the host mother, the family I was staying with. She called and she asked if we could take you to the airport to leave when we take Patty. So, yeah. And I was fine with that. I mean, but hello. Oh my goodness. It's like people. I guess the moral of the story is if you decide you want to have a foreign exchange student live with you, really, really, really make sure it's something that you want to do, okay? Really make sure it's something that you want to do because it's a kid. It is a kid. Kids are not equipped to deal with things like that, right? Kids are not equipped to deal with things like that. So they did. That family took me to the airport and it was fine. It was fine. The whole experience was just a little odd, right? It was just a little odd. But you know what? It was all experiences are learning experiences. So I learned a lot while I was there for sure. I learned a lot. And Patty and I were friends for a number of years after. She flew out to Utah once and then we drove to California to see my dad and my grandparents. Had a really fun time. Yeah. But I have lost track of her. I've tried to look her up on, I don't remember her last name. That's a problem. Patty from Peoria. Patty from Peoria. That's all I remember. Okay, comforting. Yikes, Layle, come on. We're going to pull this together. Don't worry. We're going to pull it together. Comforting. All right. Okay. I need a little dot to my eye. That will fix it. Then we'll be able to see that says comforting. Alrighty. So I have a little dot right there. That's a little period after the 9. So let's do that. Little guy is teeny tiny. Even for my little stamping stylus, it is teeny. Ooh. Okay, hold on. I've got to go really small. Barely any pressure at all, like barely touch it. And this will go right, it will go right there. All right, here's a really good example of pressure. All right, so teeny tiny Sam. Oh, look what time it is. It's cheers time. Okay, 1 second. And that is red wine. So I have to be really careful. Yes, the small ones are, and this is on the website, it tells you the size. The small ones are about, well, let me grab my other ruler. That's much easier to see the smaller dimensions. This one tells me 1/16 of an inch. So this one is about 5/16 tall. Those little guys about 5/16 tall. And these little guys about 3/4 inches. Well, 11/16. So about 3/4 and about a half. Okay, here's an example of pressure and really making sure that you test first. Little teeny dot. If I press really hard, look what happens. I mean, that's a mess, right? That's a mess. So I know with this little guy, I need to apply just a teeny tiny bit of pressure, right? That's what it's supposed to look like, that little guy. But if I press too hard, it's just a blob. And I don't want a blob. So I've got my little comforting. Now, I've got extra room here. That's okay. We'll deal with that. That's an easy thing to deal with. All right, so guess what? April, so yes, measuring to 1/16 of an inch can be really hard. This little guy is a 0 centering ruler with a glue dot stuck to it. That is labeled down to the 1/16 of an inch, which makes it much easier to measure your 1/16 of an inch. All right, let's get this little guy put away though, because that is one that will be certain to be lost. And I'm going to rotate the camera for just a minute, and we're going to do our little cheers. If you would like to cheers with me, you can cheers with whatever kind of beverage you would like. It could be an adult beverage, it could be tea or coffee or water or whatever it is. I'm gonna turn those off because we don't wanna see me in that really bright light. Okay. This is going to remind me, oh, what did I just do? That was weird. Okay, this is going to remind me, just this little part, anytime I say cheers, it reminds me of 16 Candles. When Jake's girlfriend is at a party and she's very drunk and her hair is stuck in the door and they cut it off instead of opening the door because she goes, cheers. Yes. All right, friends, cheers. Cheers to 4 years of our fun times on Saturdays, to a very supportive, amazing community that I have grown to love so much. I've made so many friends in this group. Most of you I've never met. It's who would have thought that what started out as a horrible thing at the beginning of the pandemic has turned into such a wonderful thing. In a place that we can get together and we can laugh and we can cry and we can be creative and we can just be in a place with people that have similar interests. We may not have the same political interests, we may not have the same religious interests, we may not have any interests, we may not both like Italian food, but we know that we enjoy crafting, and we know we enjoy documenting and storytelling and telling your stories. So thank you. Cheers. I will have one sip of this. When I'm done, I will have more, but it's red wine. And I'm not talented enough to try to drink red wine and craft at the same time, because I really do not want red splatters all over my project. So cheers, friends. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Karen said, drink up, people, is what Nick would say right now. He probably would. He'd say, drink up, people. Oh, and I love that. Said, cheers to rainbows after rain. That is lovely. Yes. Talia said, cheers, or as my kids say, clink. Nancy said, here's to many more years. Yes. Arsep said, this is a safe, happy place. Absolutely. Totally safe place. April said, cheers to all the magical unicorns. Donna said, happy hour, homemade iced tea with hibiscus and pomegranate juice. Donna, that sounds amazing. Leonie said, cheers, Layle. Cheers with Coke Zero. Oh, I love Coke Zero. Happy anniversary. So happy to have found you in this community. Thank you, Pam. Likewise, Miss Waddell made it just in time for the best part, the cheers. Virginia said, fun. I'm going to be on my second soon. I probably would be too, right? Absolutely. I might have even started with the mimosas. No, I didn't, because I could not do the whole day if I started with mimosas. Nothing wrong with starting with mimosas, just I wouldn't be able to today. Other days, yeah. Sarah said happy anniversary and many, many more. Okay, cheers, Squirrel Squad. Deborah said, yes, yes, yes. Chicken with my LaCroix. Huh? I don't get it. I don't get the chicken. I don't know what that is. Unless you're eating chicken, then I get it. Or LaCroix, cheers with iron port. Oh my goodness. Yes. Bottoms up. All right, one more sip and then we'll get back. This needs a lot of work here. This little list needs tons of work. It's not anywhere near where I would like it to be, but you know what? That's the way it is. Okay, this has to come across the room. It will be next to my coffee that's still here from this morning. All right, gotta turn the lights off because this time of day it will be weird. We're flipping the, what? My little stand here, I don't know, did something very weird to me when I rotated it. The whole, sorry. What am I doing now? Oh my gosh, okay, hold on, friends. Okay, the whole thing like rotated on me. Now we're good, now I can do this. That was bizarre. Because it has to do that. Did I just do something totally weird? Oh, I did. Okay, hold on. That was so weird. I don't know what I did. All right, we're back to the beginning, to where we normally are. Isn't this something? It's funny. Okay, hold on. It's like you drive to the grocery store every day, or whatever it is, you go to work every day and you just know how to get there because it's just a routine. And now all of a sudden I'm trying to rotate this and I don't know what happened. Okay, I'm gonna try it again. No, what am I doing wrong? Holy cow. I only had like 2 sips of wine. It's not the wine. I don't know. I can't figure this out. Oh, okay, hang on. What? Okay. I don't know, friends. I don't know what I've done. What have I done? Is that it? I think it's right. Whoa, that was weird. You guys, that was so bizarre. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, that was like very unsettling in my brain. Like I was really stuck. Thank you, Colleen, plugging back in. That was weird. It's like my brain forgot how to do that. What happened was when I first rotated, the little thing that I twist at the top totally like rotated 180 degrees. So it was all weird. Okay, I know. I don't think Nick would know that either because it just happens. All right, wow. Okay, we still need this. All right, anyhow, cheers, friends. Thank you. Thank you for an amazing 4 years and many more. All right, cheers. Comforting. What happens is we get later in the day, my brain stops working. I think that's my problem. All right, I am going to now a different size stamping block. Those are the 2 little cylindrical ones. So those uppercase are going to fit very well for me. I just want to test this little guy. So there's my S for sights. These guys, what did we say? We're about 3/4 of an inch because I need to draw another line again. So let's see where I want to put this. 3/4 of an inch. Maybe I'll put it, I don't know, right there. If that goes right there, is it too far away? I think it's too far away. I think we need to go a little bit closer. Maybe right here. Is that better? Ooh, that was upside down. Yes, that's going to be a little, I don't know, I need to split the difference. I'm gonna come right here. And that is where this little line is going to be, my little pencil line, so I know where to write those. All right, now, don't worry. I know there's extra space there. We're going to deal with that in a minute. Sights. S, my I is skinnier, S-I-G-H-T-S. So everything is about the same except for the I. S-I-G-H-T-S. So we have 6, S-I-G-H-T-S. So I could start with the middle. S-I-G-H-T-S. I'm going to start with the H. Yeah, I'm making this far more complicated than it needs to be. I just put that on the other end. All right, S-I-G-H-T-S. I think I'm going to put the H about in the middle. And we'll see how we like it. A little bit shy of middle. So we'll just go right about here. Nope, I'm going to put it in the middle. I don't know, friends. This may end up getting redone because it may just have to get redone. All right, H is done. H is done. Tracy's Treasure said, I love that you drew a line because I need to do this with all of my lists on blank paper. Well, I'm working on a product to help with that when you're working not with a lined insert. Like a stencil. Like a stencil that would be that size that you could easily then lay down and draw all your lines, which would be much easier when you're working with the blank insert. So it's in the works. It is in the works. Now I've got to spell backwards, so I'm going to go with the G next, right? Going with the G next. I got to get the S off because I can't see. Oh, wow. That G's pretty chunky. All right, so I'm sure all of you saw way early on what I was doing there. The H did not want to be in the middle. The H needed to be way further over because my TS, well, guess what? It is what it is. It is what it is. We're going to make it work. We're going to make it work. Oh, Reggie, you come in, you stay in your bucket. He literally is sitting on his hind legs. He's sitting on his hind legs. Okay, hold on, Reg. Hold on. He's sitting in his hind legs pawing at the door. Okay, we go in our bucket. Come here. You gotta go in your bucket, okay? You go in the bucket, right there. Okay, sit in your bucket, lay down. Now lay down. Lay down. Okay, back to my eye. Back to my eye. I know, more wine. Call it a day, Tammy said. Call it a day. Now Reggie's probably gonna come. Oh, I didn't turn the lights back on. Ay, 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 ay. Hold on. Oh, Reggie. Oh my gosh. Nick. It's all falling apart, friends. Oh, it's like he was a little kid and he heard Dad. Oh, wow. He just completely ran. That was funny. He like shot out of here like, because Nick just said, yeah. He shot out of here like you wouldn't believe. Wow. What? I know. Let's turn the lights back on because I'm in the dark. I'm in the dark. All right, there we go. Much better. Much better. Reggie was headed this way. Yeah. The white silver thing. Oh, that is a salt cellar, Heather. Oh no, not Heather. Oh yeah, Heather. It's a salt cellar. It just keeps it damp and moist while I'm working with it. So you can really put it in anything. Just something that has a lid so you can kind of keep it damp while you're working. If it dries out, you just need to go wet it again. Not the end of the world, but oh goodness, this is, yeah. All right. But it's a salt cellar. It's a salt cellar that I grabbed on Amazon after a couple people here recommended it. One thing, here's a little public service announcement for you. One thing with your stamp chamois, don't leave it in the wash machine for too long. You know what I mean? Sometimes if you forget your clothing in the wash machine for too long and then it smells, that will happen to your, wow, this is a mess. that will happen to your stamp chamois if you leave it closed and air can't get to it, right? And then just, it will dry up, but will dry up stinky, and then you'll go, oh my gosh, I can't believe I forgot that. And then you'll come back and just wash it. You can, I don't even throw it in the wash machine. I just like put some soap on it and clean it off and rinse it out really well. But yeah, you don't want it to get stinky. No stinky chamois. Oh, Dad. I probably did, Jennifer, Dad, Nick, right? That's funny. Carol, which one is that? Did you say earlier? Is it Gonzaga that's playing? I'm not sure. That's funny. You're cheering though. I love it. Oh my gosh, there were some great games yesterday. Really close games. Huge upset with, oh gosh, who was it? Auburn? No, Auburn lost. Oh, Yale. Yeah, Yale beat Auburn. I don't know. I don't really follow college. I don't really follow college basketball. More football, but you know, was only the Pac-12. But anyhow, before there was no more Pac-12. But this time of year in March Madness, it's really fun to watch. I don't, if you do any kind of, some people do the little bracket, apparently. I guess this happens a lot, but in the first couple of days, like after the first day, this, you know, March Madness just barely started. I think I saw something on the news that said like 86% of the population's brackets were busted. They were busted because, you know, if you pick a team to win their first game and they don't, then, and you picked them to go all the way, then you're really busted. All right, so that actually kind of worked out very serendipitously. I don't even know if that's a word. It actually worked out because now I have it kind of is even, and I have this extra space here, which means I can put something right there. I will not come in and erase those lines for a while because pigment-based ink takes a second to dry, takes a little bit of time to dry. I don't want to come in with my eraser right now and erase, because if I do that, chances are I'm going to drag some of that green ink, and I don't want to do that, okay? Don't want to do that, so I'll come back and erase later. All right, now let's see how the heck we can fix what's going on there. What might we have to work with? That's an end of the day, been listing for 28 hours straight. That was interesting. All right, so I have, well, I could do stickers or I could do die cut, but looking at the sticker book for things, again, that I don't want anything to do with travel. What if that goes right there? Look it, I think I saved it. I know some of you in your head are like, what the hell? Oh, that looks like a hot mess. It did, right? But look it. That will fit right there and it will look great. Okay, it will look great. It was Gonzaga. Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right, and I need to decide which way I want to orient it. I think I like it that way. All right, there we go. Maybe. Didn't quite go where I wanted it. Sometimes that's where your tweezers can come in handy, because sometimes when your big fat fingers are in the way, it's a little bit hard to see where you want it to land. There we go. That works. Oh yeah, that was a little touch and go there. What I do think I will do, and I won't use that same black line, but I do think I need to add one of my little separator lines before I start my writing on my list. Oopsie. All right. Okay, there we go. All right. My comforting sites. Not this list. That's funny. We'll get there. Comforting sites. So my comforting sites. I have, how many on my list? How many on my list? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you know what I might do? I think here I might do a run-on list. I think I'm going to do a run-on list. And what I mean by a run-on list is I think I am going to a run-on list, this would be a bulleted list. If there were numbers there, it would be a numbered list. There's another bulleted list. I haven't done a run-on list today. Usually run-on lists are what I end up doing. I think my traveler's notebook on the floor over here from when Reggie was trying to sleep in the bucket, in the bin. All right, this would be an example of a run-on list where I am just writing in a continual line, a run-on, like a run-on sentence, but I'm using a bullet stamp to separate the things on my list. So that's my plan. That's what I'm going to do. Let's get this out of the way now. Reggie will not be coming back in. He's exiled. All right, so excuse me, I need a bullet stamp. We haven't even used bullet stamps today. That's crazy. Usually I'm using bullet stamps all the time. Bullets and more, 2 bullets and more 3. So what bullet stamp would I like to use for comforting sights? I am thinking maybe I want to play on the hearts. Maybe I want to play on the hearts. And if I did that, I have a little solid heart here that's part of the original Bullets and More stamp set. That was one of the very first stamp sets I did. I need to go back and figure out when that was. The very first stamp set I did was Scattered Thoughts with our little Scatter the Squirrel mascot. I think the next one that I did was, I think the library card. And then currently, and then I'm not sure after that. What do I mean comforting sights? So Karen, things that I see that give me comfort. One of the things on my list is fluffy clouds out an airplane window. That is very comforting to me. Falling snow. I love looking at falling snow because it's just very peaceful and comforting when I'm inside. Not when I'm outside, but when I'm inside. Yes, okay, so let's see here. Here's my little green heart. And I'm going to continue with green. I don't want to pull in another color because then I think it'll just, for me, be too much. So I think my green heart is going to work. Again, on the stylus, ooh, that is, on the stylus, it probably got Reggie hair all over in here now, just floating in the wind. I have positioned my heart so that if I am making sure the squirrel scatter is always in the same place, my heart will always be in the same orientation-ish. Right? Ish. Okay. Comforting sights. There's my first little heart. Fluffy clouds. How about this? Seeing fluffy clouds out an airplane window. It's comforting to me. Everybody is different comforting things, right? Nick and I this morning were talking about this list, and he said, for me, it is being on a river and watching the water ripple, because he really enjoys fly fishing. And I said, well, you know what? That is definitely not comforting to me because I don't spend any time with my legs in a river fishing, but to him, that's very comforting. Pamela said one of my comfortable sights is the mountains near my house, right? Lovely, lovely. Kathy said, weren't your clips one of the first sets? So Kathy, the clip stamp sets, one of the very first sets of stamps that I carried on my website, but those weren't Layle by Mail stamps. Those were Andy K. Art stamps. My friend Andy designed those because I had said, I really want clips. And so she made stamps under her own brand, and then I bought them from her and sold them. Which now I've licensed the artwork for those from her. And now I have brand new, my own set of stamps that look like that. But yes, way early on, right? Pamela, another comforting sights are my puppies on the porch sniffing the wind. You know what? I can just envision that. I can totally envision that right now. I love that. Ocean waves. Yep, ocean waves also on my list. Very high on my list. Comfort in seeing the moon through leafless trees late at night. Lovely, lovely, lovely. A list like this is sometimes nice to go back to if you are maybe not feeling very comforted. Maybe you're really stressed out, maybe you're scared, maybe you can't sleep. This could kind of be like a happy place thing, right? That if you mentally think back to a list like this, or even pull it out and go, oh my goodness, okay, that's right. I have forgotten because I'm so stressed out. Watching a sleeping baby provides me a lot of comfort, right? So sometimes a list that's nice to refer back to. My Christmas tree and village are comforting to me at Christmas. Seeing kids reading the books at our local library like I did as a kid. I love that layout. Is that how you planned it in your book? Kathy, which one? I'm curious. Is it which layout or which list are you asking about? I think I know, but just let me know for sure, because you may be, behind a little bit from where we are right now. I don't want to assume. Tammy, oh, Christmas tree lights twinkling. I love that. That's totally true. I got to add that to my list. Absolutely. Like Christmas tree in a dim, dark room, right? Okay. Comforting sights. Watching my husband relax on the sofa as he works really hard to provide for our family. Oh, Kimberly, that is so sweet. I love that. All right, Kathy is talking about this list. So Kathy, would you like to see my sketch? My sketch says comforting sights. I have a little arrow that says heart paper or navy hearts. And then over here I have rub-ons, the best view and look. I had no sketch of that. I just knew that I wanted to use those stamps and that paper and rub-ons. So no, this was not sketched out or planned at all, other than I knew anyhow. Yes, no plan on that one. Well, little plan. All right, what else is on my list? Falling snow, but it's watching falling snow from inside. Okay, that's really important. I guess seeing fluffy clouds out an airplane window is also inside. But watching falling snow from inside. That is, yes. I don't mind the outside. I just generally don't want to be outside when it's snowing. Although I've had some peaceful times doing that, but generally not comforting to me when it's snowing and I'm outside. Next up, oh, waves. Waves, 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 waves all day long. That's probably, if you had to say one thing, what is the one thing that is on your comforting sights list? I would say waves. Waves. You little bugger. He just pushed the door open. Darn that, Nick. No, it's Reggie the cat. Just kidding. But he did. Reggie just pushed the door open. Oh my goodness. That list of how pets are like kids, right? They don't listen. They sneak in. Yeah, I'm just kidding. Waves. So waves. Crashing, although crashing doesn't sound very comforting. Waves crashing against the shore? I don't know how you say that. We'll just say against the shore. So earlier today in the first session, we were talking about listing and how listing takes the pressure of writing off of a lot of people. If you said, Layle, write an essay on your comforting sights, some of us would be like, oh my gosh, write an essay. I don't know how to start it. What do I say? It's got to sound great. How do I do my intro paragraph and then 3 paragraphs and my conclusion? And how do I, and then we're like, forget it. I'm not going to do that. But if I say, hey, just make a list of some things that are comforting to you. You're like, oh, I can do that all day long. Waves, snow, the mountains. So much easier to list what you want to say in a lot of cases than actually have to write it out. Kind of takes the pressure off. Waves crashing against the shore. A sunset. Lapping. Kristen, there we go, lapping. Lapping sounds so much more comforting than crashing. Oh, you know what? That just reminds me. Crapinology. Oh goodness, I'm so sorry. Scrapinology. I promise I only had 2 sips of wine. They were not gulps. Scrapinology Gina said, Layle, thank you for the prize and a fun day. Heading to a 50th wedding dinner party and need to get ready. Have fun. But that reminded me, I think it's time for a prize. I have only done, where are we? This, here. Next up, oh yes, a listing with Layle, Volume 2 idea book. I have 3 more prizes, so we're gonna do another one right now. A listing with Layle, Volume 2 idea book. Volume 2, that's the brand new guy. That is, oh, he's over in the corner. That's the brand new idea book, friends. This is the printer's proof. It is in production right now, should be ready to ship April 1, but this, all of the lists from 2023. There's actually a little bit of writing in here. A little bit more writing. Look at that. There's my sister and I. My sister and me. There's me. There's my sister and me. That's the proper way to say that. Coloring when we're little. Yes. Anyhow, that is the brand new idea book. So the brand new idea book is going to stopping at Karen Haynes. Karen Haynes wrote me. Oh, my friend Sherry just texted and said, I hope you're having a huge glass of wine right now. That's so sweet. Eventually I'll have a huge one. Okay, Karen Haynes. Karen Haynes, congratulations. Karen, shoot me an email. LayleByMail@gmail.com. Please put listing with Layle Volume 2 or something to that effect in the subject line and then your address. So much easier when I have a lot of giveaways, when people don't say, hey, I was a winner. And then I'm like, oh my goodness, which winner were you? What did you win? So congratulations, Karen. Congratulations. And don't be sad if you're not, Karen, because I still have 2 more live prizes before we're done. And then there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are also 6 after party prizes, which you leave a comment on the video when it's over. Tracy, does the second listing book come with the digital copy? It absolutely does. In fact, it's all automated now. So that second idea book it was released yesterday morning, and anyone that's ordered it already has a digital copy because it automatically sends it as soon as you order. If you're not familiar, the whole reason behind the digital copy, when you buy the physical copy, you automatically get the digital copy. The reason for that is with the idea book. So let's take this list right here, currently loving. It tells us that that list was created February 25th, 2023. You'll see a URL right there. That is the link to the video where that list was created, where I created it live. And then with the little clock, the clock says 4:17. That means that list was started at the 4-hour, 17-minute mark. So if you're like, oh, I'd love to see how she made that list. Well, if you just have the physical idea book, then you have to type in that entire URL. With the digital version of the idea book, which you get when you buy the physical version, that is a hot link. What a hot link means is in the digital idea book, you can click on that link and it will take you directly to that video. And then you fast forward to the 4-hour and 17-minute mark. So yes, does also include, as does the original idea book when you purchase them, the digital copy. I will not offer the volume 2, the brand new idea book in the digital copy only until about 6 months because I bought a lot of them. So I would like to try to sell through or sell quite a few of them before I offer digital. The one exception to that is if you are international. If you live outside of the US, you can email me and I would be happy to. You can purchase a digital version of the idea book now because you have conversion fees. That's not conversion. That's not the right word. What is it? You know what I mean. You have duties and taxes and shipping and exchange rates. So I want to make it reasonable for you to purchase digital. Anyhow, let's see. Is there a digital for those that bought the first book? Absolutely, Teresa. It would have been emailed to you when you purchased it. Could have ended up in your junk or spam folder. If you bought it from me in person at an event, then you probably didn't have it. So shoot me an email and I'll look up your, make sure you bought it. I'm sure you did, but I will then send you that link if you don't have it or can't find it for the first one. All right. Yes, Jeanette, your digital was sent from Send Owl. Send Owl is a third-party service that I have that automates all of that, so that as soon as you buy it, it sends it to you. So I'm out of that loop now. Makes it much easier. And no worries, Teresa. If you can't find it, just let me know. All right. Waves crashing against the shore. Waves, beautiful waves on the shore. Next up is, where am I? Next up, sunset, beautiful sunset. I love the sunset. Doesn't really matter where the sunset is. Sunsets. Doesn't matter where. And I wrote that because it's true. Really doesn't. I could be by myself. I could be with a bunch of people. I could be with Nick. I could be with my kids. It really doesn't matter. Sunsets make me happy, very comforting. The next one. A sleeping baby. A sleeping baby. Just so peaceful. Sleeping babies, they're just like so innocent and peaceful. It's very comforting to me. Now, it was probably comforting in a totally different way when I was a new mom. It was comforting as in like, oh my goodness, they're sleeping. Thank goodness I can get something done, right? Kimberly, do you think you will be able to sell products at the Simple Stories retreat? Kimberly, I have not had that conversation with them yet, but I will be having that conversation. So we'll know as we get closer. We will know as we get closer. I just have been so busy, I haven't had a chance to broach this subject with them yet. So if my products are there, they would be selling them, I wouldn't. So that just streamlines things a lot. Sleeping kitties. Karen, I love that. Sleeping kitties was the first thing on my list. Jeanette said new leaves budding out on my trees. Tracy loves a full moon, or if I'm in a really dark place, the Milky Way. Yes, with zero light pollution, that makes such a big difference, right? Diane McNabb said the stars. I love it. Absolutely, Kimberly. Kimberly said thank you for answering. You guys, sometimes if I don't answer, it's because I didn't see it. It's because I didn't see it. So don't assume I'm ignoring you. Okay. A whale breaching. So when the whale is jumping out of the water. Now, that's also assuming that I'm not right there. Maybe I'm in a boat a little bit away, right? A little bit away. Yes, to me, that is very comforting to see that. It's beautiful. It's peaceful. It's beautiful. It's magical. It's amazing. Carol, I love it. Carol said full moon over the ocean. Virginia, yes, watching the birds come to my bird feeder. You know what? That is not on my list. I'm going to add it to my list because we have a couple different bird feeders in the backyard. And I love seeing that. It just makes me happy. Now, I don't get too close to them and I don't want to clean the bird feeders because that freaks me out. I don't know why. Bird feet touching the bird. No, that just freaks me out. I don't know why. But I love watching the birds come to our bird feeders. Watching the birds come to our bird feeders. I think last year for Nick for something, our anniversary or something, I don't know. Probably more for me than him, I'm not sure. I bought one of those bird feeders that is Bluetooth, and it has a little camera in it, so you can watch the birds. They come up and you can watch them eat. It's kind of cool. Hummingbirds at the feeder, yes, Carol, 100%, absolutely. I love hummingbirds. Love hummingbirds. Jen said that's a good one. Seeing whales and is amazing bonus of living in Puget Sound. Jen, what city do you live in? At the Puget Sound. I'm curious. Lisa Lackey. I just made your name Lacey. Candles burning while she drinks coffee. I love candles burning. Dragonflies hatch at the cottage. Any wildlife encounter from a safe space. There we go. Safe space. Your cats love the bird feeders, yes. Watching a pot of dolphins go by, yeah. Sleigh ride through freshly snow-covered woods. Oh, So many comforting things. Colleen said, seeing the first green shoots of my flowers in the yard, right? Look at all these things they don't cost any money. All these things that can comfort us that don't cost any money, unless it's your baby that you're watching sleep, because the babies cost money. Babies are expensive. A clean house. To me, a clean house is very comforting. It's probably because the opposite is not comforting to me. It causes me a lot of anxiety when the house is cluttered or messy. It really does. So a clean house is very comforting to me. Some people, even like a bed that's made can be comforting, or for some people, an unmade bed is comforting. It's really interesting how for different people, some things that can bring you comfort, other people, anxiety, not comfort at all, right? An independent bookstore. Oh, Lindsay, right? You can go in and stay for hours. Yes, I love that. I'm adding that to my list too. An independent bookstore. And it's just different from like a Barnes and Noble, right? You just get a totally different feel from an independent bookstore than you do a Barnes and Noble. Amy said floating on the kayak or paddleboard on Lake Arrowhead. I love that. Sleigh ride through fleshly snow-covered woods. Sandra said. Karen said a clean house was number 7. Christmas lights, Melissa said. Yes. I know someone else said Christmas lights. I'm adding that to my list too. Christmas lights or Christmas tree lights for sure. Christmas tree lights. All right, what else do I have on my list? Oh, again, this is probably another thing like a clean house, because when it's not this way, it causes me anxiety. Comforting sight for me is an organized drawer. That one was added to my list this morning as I was getting ready. I recently, in January, completely cleaned out all of our bathroom drawers. And I did not realize how much anxiety that was causing me, because stuff was everywhere and I was always hunting and digging and trying to find and couldn't find. And now they're all organized. I know exactly where everything is. Everything goes back in its place. Everything has a place. Very comforting to me. A stationery store. Yes, 100%, 100%. Tracy said Happy Mail. Tammy said sailing. Sandra said looking at the view from atop a mountain. Lollipop Guild watching my granddaughter sleep. Wildflowers blooming on the side road. Could have been a 2-page list. You're right. You know what's so interesting? Until we started talking, I mean, I've added a lot of things to my list that you guys have said. So I think a lot of times doing something like this with other people is fun. Even if it's just verbal. Maybe you go out to dinner with friends and you're like, hey, let's just chat about something. What are some things that are comforting, sights that are comforting to you? Because it can totally spark all different kinds of conversations. Fire going in a fireplace, driving up to our house at night and seeing my family inside with all the lights on looks so cozy. Coming home after being out of town, a smile from a stranger, bedding blowing in the wind on the clothesline. You can literally close your eyes and envision these things, right? Flickering fireplace on a cold winter's night while cozy in the blankets watching a good movie with someone you love. I love it. Lisa, the word completed. There is one more thing that I had on my list, and this is something Nick suggested this morning. He said something that's very comforting to you, meaning me, is a to-do list with everything crossed off. And that is so true for me. A to-do list with everything crossed off, meaning it is done. Oh, dandy Maui turtles, yes. RSAP said, no kidding, I thought I'd never make this list. And now I'm like, oh yeah, that works, right? Yeah, kind of fun. We've never really done a comforting sights list before. We've done lists about things you do to relieve stress, We've done favorite smells. We've done lists similar to this, but never comforting sights. And that comforting sights I saw in that Bella Grace magazine, and I thought that is perfect. Okay, a couple more things I need to do to wrap up this list, and then we will move on to our last list. I'll tell you what, we'll do a giveaway in between this list and the next one, okay? Looking out the airplane window while getting ready to land. So Sandra, that's interesting because what Nick, my husband, said this morning, we were talking about this, he said, when I'm flying home and you can see the Salt Lake Valley. So Salt Lake City is a valley, mountain ranges on both sides. So when you're flying in, he said for him, that is very comforting. Fresh flowers, yes. Comforting sight for Kimberly. Gather around my parents' table for family dinner. Tammy, you said prize. I thought, honestly, that said pizza. I thought you were saying a comforting sight is pizza. You know what? Hey, no judgment. If pizza's a comforting sight for us, then guess what? That is A-okay. Still bugging me a little bit here because I've kind of got that little trapped white space. So I know the perfect solution for that. Just so happens, did not plan this, but just opened this up and saw this and went, oh yeah, it looks like I planned this. Just so happens that in the sticker book, remember we're using Pack Your Bags. All this stuff here has nothing to do with travel. Look at here. There is a little outlined heart in that same green that we've been using. So what if we put, actually, you know what I want to do? I'm going to just take a little bit of this white off. And I'm not going to take it off everywhere. I don't want those. I'm not going to take it off everywhere. I'm just going to take a little bit of that white off the bottom because I would like it to kind of fit. See, there's not a lot that we can't fix. There's some naysayers that when I was on this list and I was about here with the H, they're like, oh my gosh, this is a hot mess. I got to get out of here. We made it work. We made it work. All right. Because I can't give up, right? I don't know. Maybe if you guys weren't here, I would have given up. I don't know. So comforting sights, that works, right? I mean, it's not perfect, but it'll do. It will do. It's kind of blocky right there, but it is what it is. One other thing I need to do here, I have all this extra space there. I am going to do word strips. All right, well, let's look for a minute. There are not word strips in here, but there are these little outlined words. Maybe, I think we'll probably want to do word strips because I think these are all going to be memories, happy, love this. See, there are quite a few things that would work. See, happy, love this. Even though it says love this place, I wouldn't have to do place. Memories, there are a lot that I could do there, but that's not what I want. What I know I want, because I know myself, what I know I want is a word strip sticker, okay? Is a word strip sticker. So let's look and see what might go here. Life doesn't have to be perfect to be wonderful. So the adventure begins, throw kindness around like confetti. That I did years ago, just showing that you could color the white word strip stickers by just using your little blending tool and coloring them. Be you bravely. I need something that can go across 2 lines, so I kind of need something longer. Ooh. Always be on the lookout for the presence of wonder. That could work because it's long enough that I could cut it in half and it kind of fits. Always be on the lookout. Oh, it does not fit. I would have to cut it in 3. Let's just see. I'd have to cut it in 3. Always be on the lookout. I can make that work like that. And then I would get rid of that. Always be on the lookout. I feel like I'd want it to kind of go over that way a little bit. For the presence. Oh, wait, before I do that, for the presence of wonder. There we go. It worked. Always be on the lookout for the presence of wonder. Comforting sights, it all kind of works together, right? All right. It all kinds of works, It all kind of works together. Sometimes speaking is hard. Especially, I don't know, how many hours are we at this now? Okay. All right, now it's time. I've just been doing off the page the whole time. So now it is time to put it here. And I know I'm instantly going to like it better because now it has a nice white border all the way around it. But before I do that, I do want to take out my little Sharpie, and I need to, I think there's something I'm going to do with that yellow. So I'm doing my little outlining, and that is navy, so you can kind of see it, but not a lot, and that's okay. I think what I might want to do to make this little yellow pop would be to also outline it. Let's see here. Okay. Now that just makes it a little bit more cohesive to me. All right, a little bit more cohesive to me. And this will go right there. And we're done with that list. Then we'll be ready for our, what, sixth list? Fifth list? I don't remember. Probably 5. I think 5, right? 5? I think 5. Yeah, 5. Kimberly said, would I ever consider outlining in white? Absolutely, I would, Kimberly. Absolutely, I would. I have a, when we talk about white pens, not all white pens are created equal. And if you've ever used a white pen, any of you out there, we got to put that little guy away. You know that. Sometimes white pens can be a blessing and a curse. I have been crafting scrapbooking for about 27 years. I've tried pretty much all of them. The last couple of years, I have fallen in love. It is not a gel pen. It is a paint pen by Poshka. It is a paint pen. The nice thing about a paint pen is it's actually paint instead of ink. So it is not drying up. That's the problem with white ink is a lot of times it will dry up. So this is a little paint pen, a white paint pen. You can hear it. Can you hear that? Kind of like a can of spray paint. You know how a can of spray paint has like a ball in it to help mix up the paint? Just like this paint pen. So if I had used this, and actually I could probably do it here. Let's just test it. Let's see if we like it. Sometimes when you have a pen, you know how sometimes you have to like start it. You have to like, you know, get the ink going. When you first get a Poshka paint pen, you need to do that to get the ink going. But look at, beautiful. So should we try it? Should we do like a little double outline here? There's a white. The white's really gonna pop, right? There we go. Yeah, I think a fun thing about using white on a dark background is it really pops. With a paint pen, you just want to remember that it's wet, right? So you want to be careful about dragging your arm across it until it's dried. And I got a little bit bumpy there, but that's all right. Okay, so what I haven't done, I still haven't erased. I could come in and erase now, but I need to add a date somewhere on here. You know what I think I'm gonna do? Right there, right under that little look. So I think I will write just March 2024. All right, so it kind of just fit right in there. Let me look at here. Where is my, where's my eraser? Well, I will not be erasing now because I don't know where I have a retractable eraser. You might say, Layle, why don't you use the eraser that you use to condition your stamps? I don't. I want to keep those separate. I don't want it to get all, I don't know why, I just don't want to do it. So I just need to find my retractable eraser later. Deborah said she's been having good luck with the white Uniball Signo broad tip white gel pen. Yes, I have. I would say that for me personally, that's probably the second or the third one out there. Just based on my taste. One thing that they say, whoever they is, what I always do, like this is, I have a white jelly roll pen. That is in my little guy up here. It is upside down, okay? It's upside down. The reason why it is upside down, because that ink is taking advantage of gravity. So gravity is pushing it, so the ink is always towards the nib of the pen, right? I should do that with this guy too. So that the white ink, there's something about a property of white ink. If it is flowing down, then it just is juicier, I guess. I don't know. White ink must be something about it that it makes it hard. It just sometimes can be tough. All right, so there we go. That is our second to the last list. I am going to put pack your bags away for now. While I'm putting pack your bags away, I still have 2 prizes left. Ms. L said white pens dry out so quickly. Some of them do. Some of them I find if it's an ink versus a paint, for sure. Our Saps said I keep all my pens upside down or sideways. Yes, I've heard that too. Kind of like, how have you noticed how like Heinz Ketchup now completely redesigned their bottles so that they sit upside down? Not the glass ones, but there's a reason for that. Gravity helps. Although if you're a middle-aged woman, maybe gravity doesn't help, right? Yeah. All right. I'm putting these away. What I was about to say though, I'm going to put, pack your bags away. I have another prize to give away. So, you know the drill, or if you don't know the drill, I'm doing live prizes today. Oh, let's get this put away because that is wet ink. I'm doing live prizes today and after party too. But what that means is all through the chat, the live prizes are happening in the chat. Yes, Cheryl, the white pen is on my website. Marilee, white pens are amazing. You can also go, is there a stamp on the end of your stylus? Nope, I got it off. The little heart I got off. Thank you though. Thank you. That's the fastest way to lose one of your stamps is to not put it away, especially those little guys. Oh gosh, what was I saying? I don't know. I don't remember. All right, so there's an example of how you can use a collection for something other than it is intended, right? We just had to look. We just had to look for products in that collection that had nothing to do with travel, and we certainly found them. Lots of those in there. That works for baby things too. If you see a baby collection and you're like, oh my gosh, I love all those cute little forest animals in that baby collection. Well, get the forest animals and use them on your projects. They don't have to be for babies. They can just be cute. All right, let's see. The next prize right now is a Stamp Sleeves Variety Pack. Stamp Sleeves Variety Pack. So these little guys, the stamp sleeves that I use to store all my stamps, variety pack has 2 each of 3x4, 4x6, 5x7, and 6x8. You can also trim down the 3x4 to fit a 3x3, and you can trim down the 4x6 to fit a 4x4. So, winner of that, we'll go way up, is Elizabeth Stobbs. Elizabeth, congratulations! Elizabeth Stobbs. So Elizabeth, please send an email to laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put Stamp Sleeves Variety Pack winner. And in the body of the email, please give me your address. And in the next 2 weeks, we will get your prize shipped out. Okay, very fun. Congratulations. Okay, last list. What time are we? Ooh, okay, 5:12 Pacific time, which means we have about 5:12, 6, okay, I'm doing the time conversion in my head. We have about 45 minutes left. I think that will give us enough time to do our last list. Really? Is that the only list that we did this afternoon? Holy moly. Yes, ma'am. That's funny. April said, question, how long do you hold on to partial kits once you're done creating? Do you destash? That's a great question, April. I probably do it a little differently than most people. I destash pretty quickly. In fact, you know what? Let's add a few more live prizes. Because what I have here in my prize bin, I have, how about a couple of those? Let's do another live prize right now. I have the Poppy and Pear, a bunch of the Poppy and Pear collection. I just used a little bit of this. So Poppy and Pear, all of my kind of leftovers. And in some cases, do you know what leftovers means? In some cases, leftovers means there's the package. I didn't use anything from that, okay? So I've got a couple of those. Let's do two of those right now, okay? How about Poppy and Pear? And then how about April and Ivy, all right? So I don't end up using, because I have so many collections and I'm continually bringing new product in because that's part of my business. I destash pretty quickly, all right? So we're going to do two right now. One is April and Ivy. I need to add these to the bottom of my list though. So I do not forget April and Ivy, destash, and Poppy and Pear, destash. And those are both live. This is the other side of my brain. Thinks like this so much, I could never keep track of everything in any other way than on an Excel spreadsheet. That's just me. All right, so stopping at Jolie Kelly. Jolie Kelly is going to win the April and Ivy destash. Jolie, congratulations. Please send an email to laylebymail.com. Or no, an email to, oh my gosh, the heck is my email address? Laylebymail at gmail.com. Oh my gosh, you guys. Again, only 2 sips of wine. It's been a long day. It's been a long couple of days. Send an email to laylebymail at gmail.com, please. And in the subject line, put April and Ivy D-Stash winner, and then your mailing address in the body of the email. And yes, we'll mail your prize in 2 weeks-ish. All right, next up is going to be, oh, I'm scrolling, but guess what? I'm scrolling to the very end. Susan Scally. So instead of scrolling up, I was so far up, now I scrolled down almost to the end. Susan Scally. Susan is winning, or not is, Susan won the Poppy and Pear D-Stash. Susan, email laylebymail at gmail.com. Poppy Pear D-Stash winner in the subject line, and then your address, please, in the body of the email, and we'll get your prize shipped out. Okay, that's fun. Extra prizes. Extra prizes. I know, Louisa said, you'll get to enjoy some wine soon. I know, and I will enjoy it so much, won't I? Won't I? I know, Anna said, how else could you track stuff? I couldn't live without a to-do list. I literally have been writing to-do lists my entire life. I kid you not, my entire life. I'm going to show you guys something. I'm going to just go off script. There really is no script, but I want to show you something. You may have seen this, you may not. Depends if you watched my very first video, the Intro to Traveler's Notebook 101 video. I actually, in the idea book, share just a couple of these in the idea book in the very beginning as I talk about why I list. This is a book that I put together back in 2009. I know, because guess what? We date things. Super important to date things. This is a book. It is a book of lists that I put together back in 2009. All kinds of lists that I had saved over the years. All right. So some current lists, some older lists. Oh, look at this is like really old Weight Watchers, like super old Weight Watchers. That's a Weight Watchers list from summer of 2008 of what I was eating and all the point values. Different home decor lists, different project lists, list of lists. Hey, that was a year ago when I wrote this list. I don't even know what that was. Yes, I really did write a list of lists I wanted to include in a mini book. Crazy, right? So, and this is like a true junk journal. Look at all kinds of pages from books. 2006, a list of layouts I'd had published in the Papercraft Scrapbook and Cards book. A list of things I needed to take to CHA. Everything marked off. Not pretty, right? Not pretty at all. But I'll show you some of my favorite lists in here. Oh, this is not a favorite, but back at the software company that I started with 2 other guys, these would have been release notes that we sent out to all of our users, the production changes. March 1st, 2003. This, you know what that is? That is a Sam in 2006. So he would have been 6 years old. That is his Christmas wish list in his little handwriting. A typical Sunday afternoon grocery list. Lists like that tell such a story, right? All right. This, I have a couple of very favorite lists in here. This is one of them. I was talking in the first session about my friend Sherry, who was instrumental in really pushing me to make the big leap to turning my side hustle into my life 5 years ago. This would have been, okay, it's good, it's dated, there is not a year. This was probably, Nick and I got married in 95. I bet this was 1993. Nick and I were dating at that time. My friend Sherry and her boyfriend at the time were dating. This is, they planned a weekend for us, the 4 of us, Things for the Road, Sky, River to Nowhere weekend. We had no idea where they were going, but they did give us a list of things to pack, okay? And they were really trying to throw us for a loop because on here you had swimsuit, you had hiking boots, raincoat, we had thongs, which were flip-flops, winter coat, so they were totally trying to throw us for a loop. But this, what great memories, just great memories from that trip. Okay, just a couple more that I want to share. August 94. I thought 93, 94. A couple more that I want to share with you. This one, this list I did back in 2004. This was a 12 by 12 scrapbook page I did, and I took a photo and printed it, made it smaller. Some of my favorite childhood books, adulthood books. But let us find the one I am looking for. I think this is the oldest list that I have. This is a page taken from my wedding planner back in May of 95. Our rehearsal dinner was May of 95. So this was a list of all the people that we were inviting to our rehearsal dinner. One more that I would like to show you. And then we'll keep going because we have one more list to do. The last one that I want to show you is, where is it? It is a list. Oh, yes. Okay. When I was pregnant for the first time, this was a list of boy and girl names. January 17th, 1997. List if we were having a boy names. List if we were having a girl names. Clearly, I was much more interested in girl name than boy names. Sam on the list. Interesting. Jack was our first son, and he not on the list. He wasn't born yet. So anyhow, there we go. Lists, you guys, just very much tell a story. And this may tell a story that I'm a hoarder. Not really. I just, for whatever reason, had kept a bunch of these lists. I don't know why, but here we are. So that's kind of a fun, I get back to I've always, that's how I function. I just make lists. And now they're fun, creative. But originally they were, with the purpose to cross things off, right? To keep track of things and cross things off. All right. Our last list. Debbie said I still have my wedding planning book from 2001, which is awesome because it tells a story, right? It just tells a really cool story. Louisa said your handwriting was fabulous back then too. Thank you. Lupe said your book of list is priceless. Right, it is priceless. If when people say if your house were to catch on fire, what would you grab? That would absolutely be one of the things that I grab. I would love to be able to, actually, it'd be awesome if I could grab all my traveler's notebooks. I could grab one of my idea books and then I'd be good because they're all in the idea books. Talia, I love it. Talia said, memory hoarding is always acceptable. Yep, 100%, 100%. Jeanette has her mother's wedding scrapbook from 1931, right? I love it, I love it. Okay, our last list is a list that, this would be one of my earliest stamp sets. One of the early guys, Reggie, is in his bucket and he is out like a light. Like, he is out like a light. Good for him. Good for him. All right, where am I? I got it ready ahead of time. Oh yes, here we go. The currently stamp set. So, currently is very much a time capsule type of list, right? Where is that? Where is that stamp set? Okay, hold on, friends. Where? I saw the mini clips, but I did not see the clips. Okay, well, I'm gonna open one. So I'm going to combine the currently stamp set with one of the clip stamps. Now, I obviously did not die cut that, right? Because I'm just doing it right now. But I could, if I was doing this later without you guys, I could stamp and then use one of the new clip it dies to do that. So, like this. That is how that one was made. It was stamped on pattern paper and then it was die cut with that metal die, one of the new metal dies. All right, so we're doing currently and we're using clip it, and we are going to use, this is going to be another example, oh there that is, of using a collection for something other than what it's intended. And that is using the Remember collection. Using the Remember collection from Simple Stories. So the Remember collection is a beautiful collection, and kind of the theme of the collection is documenting a loved one that has passed away, someone in your life that is no longer with us. And it's a beautiful collection. Quite a bit. I shouldn't say quite a bit. I should say maybe 40%, maybe 40%. Maybe 40% of the product in the collection is geared towards that. But then you have things like this. These are the floral bits and pieces that are beautiful. All flowers have nothing to do with that. Pattern paper, quite a few pieces in this collection that also, or in the quite a few pieces in the paper pad. I'm losing my words. That really have nothing to do with losing a loved one or documenting the loss of a loved one. You can tell I'm trying to say that the right way, but you guys know what I mean. So what I thought I would do, I'm going to look for a piece of pattern paper in here. That is sure pretty. I'd like to use one of those flowers. So if I use one of those flowers, I don't know if I want to use that. This would be kind of fun. That might be kind of cute. With that, maybe? Let's keep looking. Let's keep looking. Oh, the butterflies are, maybe we'll use the butterflies. The butterflies are pretty. Should we? Should we use the butterflies? Let's try it. Let's keep a couple of these things out, and we'll keep out the floral bits. And I think we're going to keep out those 2 rolls of washi that are part of that collection. All right, that's my plan. That's my plan, and I'm sticking to it. Yeah, okay. Let's get these things put away. And, oh, my feet are hurting. My feet are they're going to be so excited to sit down. They're going to be excited. Maybe I can talk Nick into giving me a foot rub later, huh? That would sure be nice, wouldn't it? Okay, currently, let's take that out, put it in the front, and that makes it just really easy then to pull that out so the plastic isn't sticking. That's an example of using a stamp sleeve that was a 4x6, where I just trimmed off the top so it fits a 4x4 stamp, right? Super easy. You don't need a 4x4 photo sleeve. You just take a 4x6 and trim it down. All right, so we know we want to use currently. And I need a background. Hi, honey.
Hi. How's it going?
It's going well. How are you?
Reggie's in here sleeping with me.
He's in here sleeping. Did you just hear me say I was hoping that you'd give me a foot rub later? Yeah.
There's not enough money in the world to get me to touch those feet.
Oh my gosh. I have beautiful feet.
You have cute feet.
I have cute feet.
You have especially cute toes.
Especially cute toes. And they're even the same color as my nails. Such a dork, right? He's such a dork. Burn swag. Is it possible to show currently? Step closer. Yes, absolutely. Apologize. I just saw that. Here we go. So the currently stamp set has the word currently, and then it has a lot of different prompts. So the idea behind a stamp set like this is that you could do a scrapbook layout, you could do a list, and it's basically a time capsule, right? So you currently, I will date it. These are the things I'm watching, listening, liking, disliking, learning, reading. There are quite a few prompts on there. So that's what I'm going to do, but that is that stamp set. No, you don't need the stamp set to do a list like this, right? Because you can do the same thing and just write whatever those things are. But there's a stamp set that will do it for you too. I don't know. Maybe this butterfly paper. I don't know. I also feel like I like the darkness of this. However, I have an idea. However, next to the blue, but you know what? I'm not going to care. I like the darkness of this. So I'm going to use this. A darkness. I like the color. You guys, I don't have nasty feet. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. Not everyone has nice feet. That's okay. But I don't have nasty feet. Boy, it's been a great day. Sam comes in and says, I think I want to throw up. I'm hungover. That's our 23-year-old. And then Nick's like, I'm not going to touch those feet. Yeah. He likes to be a comedian sometimes. Now I feel like I have to take a picture of my feet and put it on face. No, I'm not going to do that. No. Just no. Just know next time you see me, you say, hey, I want to see your feet. I always have they're always nicely manicured or pedicured. All right, there we go. That is going to be the base. Guess what? No, I'm not going to worry. It's kind of weird next to this, but it's fine. We're fine. I'm fine. You're fine. We're all fine. It's good. Okay, so I need a piece of white cardstock again because that's just what I do when I do my lists. White cardstock, that's kind of my thing. So, white cardstock. But the white cardstock cannot be this long. It can be this wide. Well, not that wide. I can narrow it down. But it can't be this long or this tall. Let's make it like that. Now, before I start that, we need to make sure I've left enough room, space for the title. A little too close. So let's move it over there a little bit. This is the one. This is the one right there. That's the one I want. But it's too tall. The reason it's too tall because I would really like for, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do another giveaway. Because guess what? I don't need to use that stamp set. I have this one that has that same stamp, okay? I have this one. These were the original listed stamps that I had that were Andy K Art that I sold these forever. And then I recently licensed the artwork from her. So I am going to use this one and I am going to do a giveaway for this one. All right. So let's just remember, let's just add that to our list of giveaways. Okay, where'd it go? Where did it go? Of course, at the very end, I misplaced it. Oh, no, there it is. Okay. One more. Look at all of them. This is the Clip It stamp set. It is also going to be an after. All right. So I'm going to use this one. What I'm going to do, and the way that I like to use these, is to make a little clip, kind of like that, and then it would hold the little list on my paper. Okay? That's what I'm going to do, but not with that. So I probably need this white cardstock now to be, I'm going to say about this size. Let me cut that and I will tell you what it is. I go through lots of white cardstock. I use an 8.5 by 11. And it is a Nina Bright White. It is linked in the, oh, I pulled out my other trimmer. It's linked in the description box of the video. And I buy it reams and reams and reams at a time. But I also have smaller packs of it on my website. Oh yeah, I forgot to cut the other one. Oh, I'm losing my mind. I am losing my mind and my focus. All right. This guy, so this is going to be, about 6 inches by 4. It's a 4 by 6. It's a 4 by 6. All right. So this little guy is going to go right there. And then my little stamp, little clip it stamp is going to go right there. So it's almost like a beautiful clipboard that is holding my list. All right. I think what I would like to do maybe, and then currently we'll go right there, like that. I think what I might like to do though is to ink the edges of this. Maybe scattered straw? Let's look. Let's see how well I think I might know my colors. Scattered straw. Oh, I forgot. Stop is going to Lisa Zapponi. Lisa. That was a random. I just scrolled up. Lisa Zapponi said, I love these clip stamps. Lisa Zapponi, you are now the proud owner of the new Clip It stamp. Lisa, email laylebymail@gmail.com. Subject line, Clip It stamp set, or Clip It winner, whatever you want to say. And your email in the body of your address in the body of the email, please, and we will get that shipped out to you in the next 2 weeks. 2 weeks. I haven't even decided if that's the color I want. Dang it. Hold on. Scattered straw. I guess we're hoping that's what we want. Scattered straw. I got so, carried away, giving away a prize, I forgot it. I don't see my name on that paper. Dandy, I love it. It's not there yet, but guess what? Nobody be sad yet, because there's all the after party prizes too. Oh my gosh, I think I still have, I think I still have 2 more. One more in-person prize. All right, so scattered straw. Let's see what we're thinking about that. Where are you? Oh, it's in the yellows. Oh, duh, I'm in the oranges, Layle. Didn't you just hear me say it's in the yellows? Yeah, scattered straw. I think that's going to be lovely. So, scattered straw. Let's open up this guy. Woo. And I need my little dauber. Not Pam dauber, the ink dauber. That little guy, my little handle. And we will circular motion to pick up some ink on that little guy. And this is going to be super subtle. Super, super, super subtle. I need like a midnight. I don't think there is a midnight. If you haven't guessed, I pretty much exclusively, other than the black, that's my favorite black, hands down. That's on the web, all of it's on the website, all the inks, everything. But I'm very much a Distress Oxide person. I'm a Distress Oxide gal. It is my favorite. If you've ever wondered, today, morning and afternoon, I've talked a little bit. Look at how much that, see, it just makes such a difference. Look at how much that softens it. Okay, see it that way? And then that way, it just softens it so much. Just to ink the edges, it's almost like it's matted. But not like a dog matted hair, like nice matte behind it. Where was I? What was I talking about? Oh, yes, if you've ever wondered, so we've talked a lot about inks today and different properties of premium. Oh, my mind is gone. Of pigment-based ink versus dye-based inks, distress inks, distress oxide, hybrid inks. There's all kinds of inks. And if you're like, I don't even know, I'm just starting, I've never used inks, or I'm not really sure, or I don't know what, why, when, here, how, the description box of all my videos, all the listing videos at the very bottom, there are links to 2 articles that I find very helpful. They're both on scrapbook.com. One talks about the differences between pigment-based inks and dye-based inks. The other one actually talks a lot about distress oxide inks and distress inks, the differences. Tim Holtz is kind of showing you in that article stamping with the same color in both a distress oxide and a distress ink. And talks a lot about the different properties. So I find that very helpful. So if you're ever like, I'm not quite sure what she's talking about when she says a premium based ink or a distressed oxide or what have you. Very helpful articles. Very helpful articles. Oh, Miss Waddell. So this is interesting. Miss Waddell said, Layle, next you should do stickers of your stamps. I really prefer to use a sticker rather than stamp. I'm not so worried about using tons of colors, so black is fine. Miss Waddell, let me ask you a question. If it wasn't a sticker, but it was a die cut, how would you feel about that? Maybe starting with the clipboard stamps, because they're already in production. We had a heck of a time with the artwork and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, but they are in production. So they are coming to a theater near you soon. Die cuts coming. Starting with the clip stamps, and they're plain, just black ink. And then if you don't want to stamp, then you have that. But I agree with you, because sometimes people don't want to mess with stamps. I like stamps, but not everybody likes stamps. So that will be first in a series of die cuts that I release this year. Others will be die cuts in my handwriting of things. All right. Okay. So here we go. Here's going to be our little clip. Now, what I was thinking is, what if we stamped the clip in that? I don't know. That might be too busy. So what if we stamp the clip in another color? I'm thinking there was a really pretty yellow in here. I'm thinking I saw a really pretty yellow in here that might work.
I don't understand.
Oh my gosh.
Please use the Sonos app.
Oh, could you guys hear that? Again, I just about jumped out of my pants. That was the Sonos thinking I was talking to it. So he was talking back to me. That just startled the heck out of me. Kathy, I do remember that. Kathy said, remember back at the beginning when you were almost exclusively used black ink? Ooh, that would be nice, right? It's so true. It is so true. Guess what I'm going to do? For me personally, I know I will not use this piece of paper. What I would like to do, I really like that part right there. So I am going to stamp that stamp right there. Now, I'm not going to die cut live because that would just take a while and I'd have to bring my die cut machine in here and all that. So I am going to fussy cut that, but there are now coordinating die sets that go with that. Go with the stamps. Okay. Please don't pay attention to how dirty that stamp is. That particular one I've had for years, and it has been used in stamping parts for classes. So it is very well used and loved. Still works great, but it's very well used and loved. Okay. I know, Rainey, I know, because I know he's not in here. And so when that man is all of a sudden talking, it really like startles me because they're always listening, right? That's the little Sonos. He thought I said something to him. I didn't say anything to him, but clearly he thought I did. Oh my goodness. Okay. So I need to test it first because always, right? Always test. All right. I need to get a little bit more ink down there, but other than that, it's going to be good. So let's come back in and ink that up. Super, super, super well. Now, what I would do, if I had, well, I have the stamp and I have the die. What I would probably do when I felt like being creative and crafty, but I really didn't want to have to think, I would probably pre-stamp and die cut a bunch of those. And if I had scraps of pattern paper, I could do it on different pattern backgrounds like I am here. And I'd even do white. I'd do black on white, and I just have a bunch of these little clips already stamped and die cut, and I'd have them in one of the little envelope, little storage things, and they'd just be there ready for me and waiting for me to use. Yes, loved, not dirty. True. I could stamp yellow on that. It would not affect it. It would still be yellow. It's just that it's stained because it's been used so many times. So many times. If you were not here to hear me say this earlier, while I am fussy cutting this, I want to reiterate this. Those new stamps and dies, mini clips, and the clip it. So clip it and clip it mini clips. Those are new under my brand, License the Artwork from Andy K. Art. That's what I used here. So the original stamps that Andy had done, she is not doing stamps anymore, so I've licensed the artwork from her. This was something that was super important to me, friends, because a lot of you bought these stamps from me, because I don't know, I've carried these like 3 years. A lot of you bought these stamps from me. That stamp is the exact same size as this one in the new Clip It. Exact same size. Why that is important, the die that goes with it fits that original. So if you bought that original stamp set from me, the die works for that, also works for the new one, okay? So I don't want anybody to think you've got to buy the new one if you want to use the die, because that was really important to me that you'd be able to use it if you already bought it with the die. Okay, I said I was going to do that while I was fussy cutting, but I didn't. All right, when it comes to fussy cutting, I do a two-step process. My first step is to get most of it done, right? I try to get as much away as I can with a bigger pair of scissors, okay? Made it a lot easier. I want to cut it away from whatever the big part is because it makes it way easier to do my fussy cutting. Now I'm coming in with little fussy cutting scissors. So see those little blades? These are my fussy cutting scissors. They are spring loaded, okay? They are spring loaded, which means, you see, I'm holding them in my hand like that. They just kind of rest nicely right there. And I'm only using a little short motion in my thumb and my finger. That gives me a lot of control over that little blade as I'm working with it. People that have arthritis in their hands tell me they're a great little scissor because you don't have to. You have to use a lot more when you're using scissors than you do with a little pair of scissors like that. So fussy cutting scissors. If you don't have fussy cutting scissors and you're fussy cutting, you want to be using the smallest pair of scissors that you have. You do not want to use your scissors with the 4-inch blade to try to fussy cut. You will hate fussy cutting because scissors are way too big, right? You can't use a 4-inch blade to try to get around little pieces and parts. So that's what I am doing here. And I just will say the reason I am doing this instead of die cutting this, one of these days, the dies get here on Tuesday. I have my sample dies, but my production run gets here on Tuesday. One of these days when we do one of our Saturday sessions, I will bring out my die cutting machine and I will cut dies just because, I mean, not the whole time, but just so we can do that because then it makes it easier. I could have done 10 by now. I could have cut 10 of these with metal die, as opposed to fussy cutting. But you know what? We do what we do. So there we go. And there. So that wasn't too bad. That went pretty quickly. All right, so there's my little clip. Why didn't I use a die? Because Julie, I'd have to get my big die cut machine out and get it here and plug it in, and I'm just not gonna do it today. Just too tired. Day has been too long, so I will do that. I will do that on one of our next one of our next listing sessions, so we can get the benefit of that, right? All right. Where did my? But I'm glad you asked that. I love that you asked that because I would probably be wondering that too. I would be wondering that too. Miss Waddell said, just a tip for those that also quilt, those spring-loaded scissors are awesome for trimming threads. And yarn crafts. I love that. Let's see. Tammy said, is there a way for us to see a compiled list of purchases without having to go through each order? Tammy, there's not. There is not, unfortunately. But if you have a question, if you want to know if you've ordered something, I can do a search for that. I can say Tammy Higgins and idea book, and then it will show me. But there's not a way for you to do that, unfortunately. All right, so there we go. There's my list. Now we have currently, do I have a video about creating ink swatches with your swatch the stamps? Melissa, you know what? I don't yet. I need to because that's one of the stamps that I've had for a long time. I don't. I will add that to the video list. I will add that to the video list. Do you know what I might like to do? I wonder if I could find like a nice little light blue there for currently. Let's see. Let's see. Question, if you cut out two of those clips, then back them up to each other, would they match? Oh, you know what? I do not know that, Carol. That is a great question. If I die cut them, right? We'd want to die cut them. Carol, if you do me a favor, send me an email. Send me an email and I will check for you and I will let you know. Tabitha, yes, you can see a purchase history, right? You can see a list of all of your orders. I think the question was if you can just see all the products so you don't have to open up each order and look. I think. I may have missed that though. I may have missed that. Yes, you can go back and see your orders, but if you have had 30 orders, you would have to open each one to see what you had ordered. Although I'm pretty sure, you guys correct me though, because I don't order from myself, right? So I wouldn't know. What die cut machine do I have? I have one of the electronic ones. It's white. It is from Sizzix. I don't know what it's called. It's pretty awesome. It's a little bit spendy. $250 maybe. The reason I have that is because now that I have dies, I actually have a whole make and take that I am teaching up at the 3 Craft Chicks event where all of these little things have been stamped and die cut already for the make and take. So there are manual die cut machines that you kind of crank it through, which totally work and they're much less, they're much more reasonable in price. But if you're doing thousands of these little guys, that's a lot. So I don't remember the switch. I don't remember what it's called. It's white and it's electronic. Maybe one of you guys could tell me. Let's see. Rose Oak 1, my grandbabies are here watching and being part of these happy anniversary. Thank you. Okay. Like for Ready, Set, Create. Debbie, maybe, right? I could probably put them in a Ready, Set, Create project. I am doing, it makes it a lot easier now that I have dies, right? Because we can pre-stamp and when I say we, I don't mean me. I mean Lily and Denise, because they did all of that for the make and take. Okay, currently, oh yes, I know. I was looking for a little blue that I could use. Okay, faded jeans. No, that's a little bit too much blue. I don't think I'm going to probably find, that's like a cornflower blue. I don't think I'm really going to find that color. Oh, stormy sky. Sure, let's do it. Normally I would go black, but let's just play. Let's have fun. I mean, black is fun too, but. Ooh-wee. Okay, here we go. I am definitely more likely to make a mistake at this point, friends. Put clip cutouts back to back. Rhonda, I think you asked. Will you shoot me an email? because I won't see that here later, and I know I won't remember. Dawn, the Big Shot switch. Thank you. Thank you. Laminated, I've missed a whole bunch of things. Yes, I did laminate the swatch, and yeah, I'm sorry I missed that. Okay, here we go. Stormy Sky. Stormy Sky. If you think before that, basically I'm the kind of person that if it goes into my head, it comes out my mouth. If you think before that happens, when I start to get tired, and I've been on for a really long time, I have to be careful because sometimes I'll be like, what? And it just stuff comes right out. Sometimes things that you think should stay inside, they should be inside voice, not outside. I mean, I haven't said anything like that, I don't think, but. All right, let's look at Stormy Sky. All right, so I did not get enough ink in the center, but when I look at this, it looks like I've got a weird little circle right there. Now, probably my other problem was I am not stamping on a flat surface right now. This is not a good idea. I'm stamping on something that's been folded under itself, so we don't want to do that. That's not going to give me a good idea. Let's just do it right. Don't take shortcuts. Do it right. Ooh, I don't think I dried that off either. All right, let's do this here and see. All right, I did not dry it off all the way. So let's re-ink, and then I think we'll be good to go. Now, if some of you aren't super comfortable stamping and you would be worried in this situation about maybe messing something up that you've already done, Stephanie Bice, who is one of my design team members, have done a couple of really fun projects recently where she stamps on white cardstock and then cuts it out. So that's a little bit safer, right? That's a little bit safer because then you're not worried about messing something up. All right, let's do currently here. Give that nice even pressure. Lovely. I like it. I like that color. Stormy Sky. All right, so currently, now I have the things on my currently list, and I did this list ahead of time. I mean, I wrote it down ahead of time because I have to know what I'm going to talk about. I am currently celebrating. That will be the first one that I start with because I'm currently celebrating 4 years, right? Linda May said, Layle, are lives easier than teaching in person or just as tiring? Actually, that's a great question, Linda May, and I don't know, it may be different for different people. For me, I would say the lives are probably more tiring because in the live, I really don't stop talking because to me, it's weird if you guys are watching and it's just silence. Now, when I'm teaching in person, I might give some instructions on what to do. When I'm teaching in person, I am not working live. I already have the project designed. Everybody has the kit. They have the instructions. Sometimes I have it up on a big screen in PowerPoint. So I'm talking about something and I say, this is what you want to do. And then I'm walking around the room, looking at what people are doing, chit-chatting and things like that. So it is a lot more constant. It's like a stream of consciousness when I am doing a live because I always have to be talking. Now, what's a little bit different about it is when I'm home and the live is done, I turn off the camera and I'm done. When I'm teaching at an event, when I'm done teaching, I'm not done because I'm at the event, right? I will tell you, I've only had to do this one time. This event, there were like 250 people. My room where I was sleeping was a little bit of a walk away from where the event was taking place. And if I needed to go to my room and grab something to eat or go to the restroom or something, a couple times I had to pretend like I was on the phone because I could not get to my room. Because people would see me and want to talk and chit chat, you know, whatever, we're just being social. But if it would take me an hour to get to my room, so sometimes I would just pretend like I was on the phone and I'd be talking, but I'm just talking to dead air. Just so I could get to my room and do whatever I needed to do and come back. So events are super fun and teaching in person is super fun, but you're pretty much on the whole time you're at the event. If the event goes until midnight, then you're in the room, you're chit-chatting with people. It's different, still fun, just different. Okay, celebrating, but I'll pretty much always talk to you. It's unless I have to use the restroom or go to my room and I can't get there, and then I'll pretend like I'm on the phone. But then I'll talk to you later. I just don't want you to feel bad. I'm not very good at saying, oh, I can't chat right now. I'm not very good about that. I'm like, Mary J said I do a lot of my stamping with my Misty on the white cardstock before I adhere it to the background paper. Yes, stamping platform. A Misty is a stamping platform. Generally, when I'm doing lives, I don't bring out the Misty because I am working in a traveler's notebook. And a lot of times I am stamping. I've already kind of adhered this. And once it's adhered, I can't really work in a Misty. So when I use a Misty, it usually brings up lots of questions. So yes, but Misty is an awesome stamping tool. It's a stamping platform that makes life really easy. It can. If you can take a page out, makes it really easy. If you're trying to use it with the traveler's notebook and get it in there, not so easy. Virginia said I do that at the gym, headphones on even if I don't have anything on. I know, right? Or sometimes when I get on the airplane, I just want peace and quiet. So I'll pretend like I am, I'll smile at the person next to me, but then I pretend like my music's on, and then, yeah. Ms. L said I used to pick up my desk phone and pretend I was taking a call when see my boss walking towards me. That's a good one. That is a good one. All right. It's okay to say I have to pee and run. You know what it is? I just feel bad. I feel bad when I have to. I'm like, oh yeah, I gotta get out of here. Sorry, I don't have time for you. That's what it feels like to me. I never want to say to somebody, sorry, I don't have time for you. Because I always want to have time for you. I'm doing a lot of this little underline today. Lots of the little underline because I'm just going to separate a little bit my title from the little words. The little words, the little prompts. Okay, celebrating. We might as well keep it going with stormy sky. I need to have this handy. This is going to be one heck of a mess to clean up tomorrow. It's not going to happen tonight. One heck of a mess to clean up tomorrow. Celebrating. Okay, here we go. So what are we celebrating? I'm celebrating a 4-year anniversary, right? That seems like a very fitting one to start with. Celebrating. Four-year anniversary. That's a 4-year All Things Traveler's Notebook on YouTube. We started 4 years ago on March 21st. Can't believe it's been 4 years. That's kind of crazy, right? That is kind of crazy. What did Karen say? I've done 7 pages today. Kind of happy about that. I love that for you, Karen. That's so awesome. Good for you. 7 pages. That's amazing. Good, good, good. Okay. How many other people are you listing? Have you done some things? Have you made some lists today, or you're just kind of hanging out, working on another project, cleaning out your closet, whatever it may be? I'm glad that you're here with me. Eating. What am I eating? Oh boy. Well, what am I not eating? Yeah, that's a topic for another day. What am I eating? The last couple of days, I have been eating chocolate chip cookies. The reason I've been eating chocolate chip cookies is that chocolate chip cookies. Denise, one of the ladies that works for me, her daughter is a school teacher, and the whatever food company delivers food to the school for school lunches and things, had somehow got the order wrong when they were delivering cookies. So they are the frozen cookies, like frozen cookie dough that you bake. She brought us, so there was all this extra because something happened. A giant Ziploc bag of the frozen cookie dough already in the cookie side. Yeah, yes. We won't talk about whether it's good for me or not because we know it's not, but that's okay. That's what I've been eating. So another very much time capsule list, friends, because this tells a story, right? It tells a story. If I looked back on this list from 4 years ago, it would be interesting to see what I was celebrating. Probably, I would say nothing back then. I probably didn't even use the prompt because celebrating 4 years ago, the pandemic had just started. I'd be like, oh my goodness, I'm celebrating nothing, right? I would skip it. So you don't have to use the same prompts every time. You can switch them up. Watching. And like I said, you don't need a stamp set to do this. You can just pick pick the words and start writing down. Watching. Billions. Oh, billions. I don't remember which streaming service it's on, but it is good. It is conniving and, ooh, yeah, billionaires that have too much money and they just want to mess people over. It's very good. It is, so if you Google Billions, it is a series, maybe like 5 or 6 seasons, I think. Yes, we're very much enjoying it. Now, there's a lot of backstabbing and other things in it. There's definitely language. There's some different themes in it. So I would say if you are more of the conservative nature, it may not be something that you would want to watch. Because there's just lots of things in it. All right. Basically it's all these super rich people that are in the financial world. So they're making billions and then how that messes up your life. All right, planning. We are planning a Harvey trip for next weekend. A Harvey trip. Harvey is our little RV. Planning a Harvey trip. This would be something I think that if you have grandkids or kids, if you have littles in your life, nieces or nephews, this would be a really fun thing to do, either with them and have them write the things down, or you do for them, because kids change so much. Like when our kids were like 6 months old, this could change literally week by week, like what they were eating. Now, what they were thinking, Lord only knows, but some of those would really work out for that. This little guy keeps falling off. What that tells me is there's some dirt or lint or something, dust on the back of that stamp. If that ever happens to you, just clean it off and it will stick again. I'm feeling very excited. This has been a very fun day. It has been a very fun week leading up to it. Loads of work, but fun, meaning it's just fun to celebrate, and it is fun to be with the people. It's just fun to be with you guys, right? It's also fun to say, oh my gosh, we are here 4 years later. We are here 4 years later. Feeling excited. And then next up on my list, I have drinking. What am I drinking? Anti-caffeine craft said, let me tell you, none of those people are scrap workers, or all their dough would be spent, none of their money would be spent on scrapbooking supplies. Yes, it is definitely not that. Definitely not that. What am I drinking? I am very into lately these energy drinks from Costco, and they're called ZAO, Z-A-O, very much like those. So usually, I don't know, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm like, oh my gosh, I need to pick me up, and that's what I have. A ZAO energy drink. ZAO energy drink. That reminds me of something that happened funny on one of our lives a couple of years ago. I think I had said that I was drinking bubble water. Bubble water. Bubble water in our house is like La Croix or LaCroix or Pellegrino, basically like club soda, okay, carbonated water. I said bubble water. Well, a couple of people thought I said some other kind of water. And then they went out and found this other water. I don't know what it was. Bubbly water. Maybe that one is it? The commercial with Michael Bublé. Anyhow. And then people are like, what kind of bubbly water do you like? And what kind of da-da-da? And where do you get it? And I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, what are you talking about? I have no idea. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I said bubble water. I meant like club soda. That was kind of funny. Okay, drinking. Discovering. This is a fun one. This is something, and I'm discovering, I didn't say mastering. I said discovering. Like I said before, I'm 55 years old. I am to the point, within the last 2 months, I am discovering balance. I'm discovering balance. Balance in my life, work-life balance. I have never been good at that at all. And in fact, when I started my own business, my own company, it got worse. It got way worse. I got way, way worse. So recently discovering balance after I hired Denise. So Denise started at the first of the year. Lily's been working for me for about 2 years. Denise started at the first of the year. And about 6 weeks later, mid-February, I transitioned all of the order fulfillment over to them. So Denise and Lily handle all of that, which has given me time to figure out balance and to figure out focusing on things that only I can do in my business, right? Karen, Layle, you've done a video on any of the letterfold passport size insert, especially the concert one, looking for a way to document my concerts right in that size. I have, Karen. I don't know which one. I showed all of those in one of our last anniversary celebrations. So if you shoot me an email, remind me, I will find it for you and send you the link. Tammy said, good for finding balance. I had a similar experience after a job change, so much better, right? Balance is hard. It is hard. Belinda, thank you. I'm proud of me too, and we can say that. I'm so proud of you for learning balance. Thank you. Auntie Caffeine Crafts. Do you ever feel like you wish you were writing on the stories from the photos instead of lists? Or are you bored with regular journaling? So that's a great question. I'm glad that you asked that. I have been scrapbooking for 27 years. I've been scrapbooking for a really long time. And if you look back at my scrapbook pages, and if you look back at my mini books, I journaled a lot because for me, it was always really important to tell the story. And not everybody feels that way. But if I have a photo of our kids in Mexico on boogie boards, I feel like I should tell the story of that photo. So I've done that for a very, very long time. Listing for me really started to come about, this creative listing, as our boys got older. And I wasn't scrapbooking their lives anymore, and I wanted to scrapbook my life. This is one of the ways that I do that. So a lot of my lists don't have photos with them. A lot of my lists don't have photos. So like this, I won't put a photo with. This is an easy way for me to tell a story of what is happening in my life right now without having to have a photo. I could add a photo if I wanted, but without having to have a photo or having to do a lot of journaling. So if I feel like I want to do something like that, then I do it. So for example, when earlier today, when I was showing this little guy, this is when I did a lot of journaling about kind of our trip. I didn't do any photos here. I used some of the other things that I was using, but journaling like that. There is one other thing I will show you very quickly. I am an equal opportunity documenter. Let me just find this very quickly. All right. This is a mini book that I started earlier this year. This is documenting the trip that Nick and I took, our big anniversary trip that we did last year. So this is where I have lots of photos and writing, okay? So for me, it just depends. It depends on what it is I want to document, how many photos I have, and what story I want to tell, and how I want to tell the story. So I still do this. This is just a different way for me to kind of document my life. And I found as I'm doing my creative listing that I am telling entirely different stories this way than I would like in a scrapbook, because I probably would never do a scrapbook page with a photo of my comforting sights, right? So it's just kind of a different way for me to document. And I love that you asked that question because I'm sure other people wonder that as well. So thank you. Okay. Lisa said, I'm in the same boat. My kids are older and I don't always remember to take photos when we are together. So listing gives me an outlet and way to continue to document my life. Perfectly well said, Lisa. Well said. All right. Discovering. Learning. Here's another one that's kind of tied to balance. This is something else I am not very good at doing. Learning. Oh, I was looking for the word that is going to go after this. No wonder. Learning. I am learning to relax. That is also something that is very difficult for me. Very, very, very difficult for me. I am a workaholic. I am a self admitted, I don't know what you say. I'm a workaholic. Always have been. Hence the balance issue. It's very hard for me to relax. If I want to read, I feel like I shouldn't take time to do that because it's a guilty pleasure. Learning to relax is very tied into the balance and having people, Lily and Denise, that can help with a lot of things. The other thing that is very interesting about the timing of all this, I had some health things that started in December that forced me to relax. Like some days I was so dizzy I couldn't stand. I had to sit down all day. So that has really, I felt okay. I had to relax because I didn't have a choice, right? So it's interesting how doing that, going through that has kind of now, for the most part, I don't have that anymore. But now I feel okay, a little bit more okay about relaxing. Phoebe, is there a flip through video of that album? There kind of is, but kind of not. That is one of the things, that whole process of that particular album is something I go over in the my Document Your Travels e-course. So that is an e-course on the website that is available for purchase. So I go into that in depth in that. Maybe like a half an hour video where I'm talking about that. But other than that, there isn't a flip through. Learning. Oh, disliking. Okay, now this is all over the board here. All over the board. Disliking. I have discovered in the last, I don't know, it could have been year, but I don't know. In the last few months that I no longer like butterfish. Butterfish. So butterfish. Black cod could be similar to butterfish. Chilean sea bass could also be similar to butterfish. It is a very buttery, some people will call it like a fatty fish, even though, well, it's just a very, I don't even know how to describe it. It's very good, but I have learned recently, after having it in Hawaii and then having it in Carmel, I'm like, you know what? I'm good. I can maybe have a bite, but I don't need to have that as a whole meal. That's not really my thing anymore. So disliking butterfish. Now, what's interesting, if I had done this list maybe 15 years ago, my liking could have been butterfish, right? So lists like this just show you how things change over time. Carol said, I'm super good at relaxing. Good for you, Carol. That is, some people, it's like me, it's really hard. It is hard to do. So good for you. I love it. Mary J said, in all caps, I love that. Thank you. The Document Your e-course is amazing. That has been so fun. That has been such a fun thing that I put together. So thank you. I'm glad you enjoy that. Anita said, used to not be able to relax. I think this is one of those things that maybe comes with age. Like, you know, they say age comes with age comes with wisdom. With age comes wisdom. The thoughts are in my head. They're just not coming out of my mouth anymore quite properly. Yes, you know what I mean. The older we get, we start to figure life out, right? But sometimes not all of it, but getting better about figuring life out. Lindsay, thank you, my friend. Lindsay said, I highly recommend the Document Your Travels e-course. Lisa, question. In your kickoff video, do you show how many items fit in your new 13 by 13 pouch? Lisa, yes, that would have been the video yesterday morning. So the video on Friday, March 22nd, where I'm showing you all of the products. I show you a couple different ways of things that I have in there, for sure. When is part 3 of the travel e-course release date? So Debbie, part 3 already has, I think, 4 videos to it. There will be 2 more videos added. So there's already 4 of the 6. And that thing that I just showed you guys is one of the 4 in part 3. So if you haven't seen those, go back to that playlist because they're there. Let's see. And the other 2 I'm working on. The other 2 are, they're not necessarily big, meaning they're long, but they're big projects because one is a traveler's notebook where I'm listing about that big trip that we did, and the other one is a photo book. So it's like all the photos in a photo book. So those are just taking a bit longer. Yeah. Monique, I love it. Monique said that e-course was the best, completely changed my life. Monique, I don't even know what to say to that. That is like, holy cow. I don't even know what to say to that. Thank you. I'd be interested to know like what you love so much about it. Oh, Deborah, that makes me so happy. Deborah said Joshua has probably watched close to 5 hours today. I've made 4 lists. You are magic. And that makes me so happy for you, Deborah. I am so happy that yes, you know, I'm so happy. That just makes me so happy. Pickled. Oh my gosh. The next thing on my list is liking. What I was going to tell you, I was going to say pickled jalapenos. Oh, my brain. I was going to say pickled jalapenos. I should probably say liking first. I don't know. This is another thing. All of a sudden, the last like 6 months in my life, I love like ground red pepper flakes on pizza. I love like pickled jalapenos on pizza. I like pickled jalapenos on like a taco salad. There's some pickled jalapenos. I just love them. So I'm liking pickled jalapenos. Jalapenos. Okay, I'm enjoying. This will be the last thing on my list. What am I enjoying? Very specifically today, I am enjoying a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful bouquet of flowers that Denise and Lily brought to me on Thursday. Thursday was the day, it was the 4-year anniversary, and they brought me the most beautiful bouquet of flowers, which was so sweet. It's quite funny. Nick was, where's enjoying? Nick was working from home on Thursday, and they rang the doorbell. Normally they don't ring the doorbell. There's a like a code on our door, and normally they just they'll knock or they'll ring the doorbell just so we know they're I know that they're here, and then they unlock the door with the code. So they rang the doorbell, and I'm like, oh, it's 9 o'clock. They're here, and then they ring the doorbell again. I'm like, what the heck? Why aren't they just walking in? So Nick opened the door. And they're like, no, go away. Layle needs to open the door. I'm like, what the heck? So I opened the door, and then they were there with the flowers, which was so lovely. So I am enjoying fresh flowers from, where do I want to put that? Lily and Denise. Okay, I'm just going here. Lily and Denise. Now, I have run out of room. I was going to do, remember I was going to do a flower there. Flower's not going to fit there. That's fine. I think what I will do, because I also had pulled out some washi. So, I was going to do 2 little levels of washi here, but this is a little bit wide. It would get really close to that. So, when that happens, your trimmer is your friend. This is too wide for me to use where I want to use it. So I am going to get some of it off. Oh, I just saw a question that reminded me. Someone was asking about Chris, will you get the typewriter stamp and die back? Absolutely. The typewriter stamp is still in stock, I believe. It's in the news. It's the die that sold out this morning, and that was crazy. You guys, I so grossly underestimated that. So yes, I will be placing an order on Monday. My dies are manufactured in China, so I don't know how long it will take. I will know more on Monday. Let me talk about what I'm doing here. So I just put that washi down. That is not long enough. I just put the washi down. Need some more. And I am putting it Some of it is to the left side of the blade and some of it is to the right side of the blade, which means I am going to trim the washi. It is not going to be as wide or as tall. I just line it up there on the little line and I go like that, okay? And now I have two separate widths of washi. I have that little size and I have this little size. And this little size is going to fit much better for where I need to use it. So that is a super easy way to do that, all right? We're going to do this little guy here. And then I am going to take this guy, that contrasting one, and, ooh, HJ said I should come to Texas. Yes, yes. When you have a lot of pictures. Oh, Monique, I love it. So I had asked Monique a few minutes ago when she had said that e-course changed her life, the Document Your Travels e-course that I did. And I said, I would love to know what you mean by that because I'm very interested. So she just responded. She said, when you have a lot of pictures, ephemera and stuff, how you can create a lot of projects out of one trip. So many ideas and information. I have looking for this kind of course on documenting your travels for years. You nailed it. Thank you, Monique. I love that. Okay, so kind of busy down there at the bottom. What I think I'm going to look for in that little die cut pack is where are the die cuts? A little flower that can maybe go down there. Otherwise, it's too busy for me. It is too busy. In this giant mess here, what would I have done with those, my friends? I have no idea. I don't know where they went. I know they're here because I took them out. I just don't know what happened to them. So that may be my sign. Oh, nope, there they are. There they are. All right, so let's see what we have here. I just need a little guy. Just need something little. There's some little guys in there. There's a little blue. Maybe we go with the blue. Sure. We've kind of used that same little cornflower blue throughout, so that will work. And we'll just pop that right down there. Like so. I wish I had, you know what? I'm not liking this guy. I think the problem is I gotta, yeah, you know what? Maybe it's just this. I think it feels like it's just too much. There's not enough white space. So let's see if I can get that off. Really what I should just be doing is walking away. I should be like, you know what? It's good. It's fine. We're done. I'm done. Yeah. I can't do it. Now it's too close to the bottom, so I'm going to fix it. I'm just going to pick it up and replace it so it's a little bit higher. Just a little bit higher. Kind of got a little messy over there. That's all right. It's okay. No one's going to know. No one is going to know. All right, better. I think despite that little mess that I made. Yeah, I know I for sure don't like it there, but guess what? It is what it is. It's staying. I'm not going to move it. So down here, I think we'll just do something very simple like 324. There's my little date. And I won't do white on this. We'll just do our little black outline and then we will add it to our inserts. I need to look at our giveaway list and see where things stand. Did I answer the question about the dies? Oh, I did. Yes. Yes, I will order them on Monday. I will, if you want to shoot me an email and and I will then email you back and let you know what the answer is. On the website, I have said that since that is sold out, if you would like to order it now at the sale price, I will still honor the sale price. And then when they come, you'll have them. All right, there we go. There's our last list. Do you have the ink, oxide ink, scattered straw, and stormy sky for sale? I just rejoined again, so sorry if this is a repeat question. Maureen, I do not know. I am not sure. If I don't, I will bring them in. I don't know. I don't know. I think I've got like 60 colors or something. I should have those. And I will tell you what, if I don't have Stormy Sky, well, I have it. But if it's not on the website, I will for sure order that because that's a beautiful color. And Scattered Straw is just a kind of a nice generic. Okay, friends, there we are. 5 lists today. Lots of talking, lots of chatting. Talking about a way that you can use different things that you collect on trips, brochures and things like that for your documenting. Oh my goodness, we did a lot today. We did a lot. We got through all but one of the lists, and here is my little schedule. If time permits, we would do comforting sites. It did not permit. Oh yes, and we're also an hour over. We're also an hour over my original time that I thought. But you know what? It's always hard for me to stop. I don't want to stop, but I need to. I need to. My feet are telling me I need to. I'm pretty certain my voice is going to be telling me soon that I need to as well. Okay, friends, I am going to flip the camera. We did it! Woo! There I am. We did it. Yes, we did it. That was a full day. Ooh, only my head is there. We did a full day of listing. What a celebration. You guys, whether you were with me for the whole time, whether you were only here for part, whether you jumped in at the end, whether you were here for the beginning and came back later, thank you. I would not be here without you guys. I'd be talking to myself in a corner, honestly. I wouldn't be here doing our creative listing without you guys. For me, because this has to be my business, not has to, it gets to. This gets to be my business. I shouldn't say has to. Gets to be my business. When something creative like this is your business, a lot of times you don't ever give yourself permission for it to be your hobby again. You know what I'm saying there? So days like this are when it gets to be my hobby, and when I get to just play and play and play and play. I'm not worried about what the project's going to look like when it turns out, because it doesn't have to be a project kit or something like that. So I so much cherish these lives, right? Because it does give me an opportunity to just play. And I think a lot of us who like to be creative, play is really important, right? The play part is really important for us. So thank you. Let me look at my giveaway list. Did I have one more to do? I think I did. Oh yes. Okay. One more giveaway, one more live giveaway, and then there's the after party giveaways, you guys. Lots of after party giveaways from both videos. This is the last live prize that I have. It is a stamp set, but it's not one of my stamp sets. My friend Carrie Bradford does the most amazing stamps. If you saw my collection of Carrie Bradford stamps, well, you know what? You'll see them when I do my craft room tour. I have many, probably 100 of her stamp sets. I love them. I love her style, her design. I love it all. And I've known her for years and years and years. A couple of times this year, she's been awesome because I have approached her and said, hey, Carrie, she doesn't sell her products wholesale. I said, I would love to buy some of your stamps to include in my project kits. And so I did that with one of my project kits last year. It was the I Heart Reading Traveler's Notebook Project Kit. And in that kit, I included the Book Nerd, Carrie's Book Nerd stamp set. Somehow I ended up with, I had 3 more stamp sets than I had kits. So I've been giving these away today. I gave one in the morning live. I'm giving this one away live. And then there'll be one more in the AM after party, okay, from the first session. So wonderful 4x6 stamp set. She does amazing work. If you don't know her, Carrie, K-E-R-R-I, Bradford, BRADFORD.com. So much so that I reached out to her when I did the first idea book and said, Carrie, there are a lot of my lists that have your stamps. I said, would you mind if in the index, I said a little part for you, stamps, Carrie Bradford, look at all of those lists that I used her stamp. So she's amazing. I will tell you, I have a travel-themed Traveler's Notebook project kit coming out in April next month. I have one of her stamps in there again, a fun travel stamp. So that Book Nerd stamp is going to Helen Jones. Helen, congratulations. Helen Jones. Helen, please send an email to laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, put Book Nerd Stamp Winner. And in the body of the email, put your name and address, and we will get your prize shipped in the next 2 weeks. Okay, friends, so there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Whoopsie. This one goes up here. We're good. No worries. There are 6 after party prizes, meaning you leave a comment on the video when it's over, not in the chat, on the video when it's over. A Breton black stripe traveler's notebook. So one of my, where? I don't know. Oh, here's one of my 3 Layle by Mail traveler's notebook covers. So that is an after party prize. A $50 gift card to the website, whatever you want to buy after party. Another listing with Layle Volume 2 idea book. A set 2 of the 13 by 13 new pouches. A stamp sleeves variety pack. And 1 more of the Book Nerd stamp set. So those are all additional prizes. You guys, there are also a bunch of prizes on this morning session, the first session, after party. So basically the way you participate in the after party prizes, leave a comment on the video when it's over. And when we're together again in 2 weeks, I will, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, maybe. I'm out of town traveling the next 2 weeks. So 3 weeks, whenever that is. I will draw all the winners probably the day before and then announce them, and then I'll announce them. I'll probably put them on the website too, just in a blog post, because there'll be a lot. Oh my goodness. Okay, friends. Holy moly cajoles. That's a lot. That is a lot. Thank you. That's all I can say. I mean, I could say lots of things. I've been saying lots of things. I just want to say thank you. You guys, thank you so much. Honestly, 4 years ago, if you had told me that we'd be here today and we'd be listing and playing and having fun still, and that I would have a very thriving business thanks to you guys, and I would have, I think we figured out this morning, like 137 of my own products, 2 idea books, traveler's notebooks, stamps, dies, all the things. I would not have believed you. I would told you were crazy back then, 4 years ago. Nothing I ever could have envisioned. So I honestly, when I say I couldn't do it without you, I could not do it without you. I wouldn't be able to do any of these things without you guys. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. Nick thanks you. My family thanks you. Reggie's asleep in the bucket off to the side. He thanks you. No, but seriously, you guys, thank you. Sale's still running. Runs through Sunday, which would be the 24th. 15% off all my Layle by Mail products. I probably have loads of emails. So tomorrow I will tackle those emails. I won't do any more tonight, except for go eat some dinner, have some wine, have some water, sit back and put my feet up and enjoy. Just enjoy thinking about today. Thank you, friends. I'm going to sign off. Lots and lots of things in the chat. I said earlier that I will go back to the chats from both of these sessions, because I know some of you have taken the time to write some very nice things, and I would really like to read those. So, because so much I missed. So thank you. Okay, friends. Bye. I hope to see you soon. Actually, some of you, I will see, more than a couple. I will see you this Tuesday night, because it is the April setup for our Traveler's Notebook setup for April. But if I don't see you on Tuesday, then I hope to see you in the next couple of weeks listing. And if not, I hope to see you in person somewhere. Some of you I will see at the 3 Craft Chicks retreat in Spokane, first weekend in April. But if I don't see you, I hope to see you either in person or somewhere on the interwebs. Thanks for watching, friends. Bye. Bye. Almost. There we go. Bye.